one of the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven, Belgium. The best chess players in the world hope to start the event with a bang as they cross swords in 3 exciting games of rapid. Newcomer Jan Nepomniachtchi soared to an early lead with 2 wins in a row, but a loss to Viswanathan Anand in round 3 brought him back to earth as he ended the day in a tie for second. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave saved a miracle game against Vladimir Kramnik to finish the day near the top of the standings. But the story of the round was Grand Chess Tour champ Wesley So taking down an overly ambitious Magnus Carlsen to grab sole possession of first. They're out the gate for another day of thrilling battles. Day 2 live from Leuven starts right now. Welcome everyone. We are inside the Old Town Hall, a castle built in 1469 with magnificent paintings on the wall in homage to the past leaders of the city of Leuven. Well, will the players be inspired today to produce their own works of art as the second round of the Rapids is set to get underway? For calling all the action, we'll go to the studio with Jovanka, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of the Your Next Move Leuven stage of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis Chess Club studio with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. Welcome.
Thank you, Jovi. After a marvelous first day of play, the thrills are just been great. If the players can keep up this pace, it would be a miracle. It's just been everything we would hope for.
No novelties, we've seen strategical masterpieces, and we've seen cheeky little swindles.
Oh yes, big time swindles. Let's take a look at the standings after the first day of play.
So, in the lead is our Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So, with 5 points out of 6. And tied for second is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and IM Jovanka Houska on 4. And of course, tied for 4th place, we have all our world champions, both current and past. So there's Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik, and Viswanathan Anand.
And of course, one of our wild cards, Jovova, unfortunately empty-handed, but what a headhunter he is. He's capable of scoring a big victory. Will he be able to produce in Day 2?
Okay, so checking out our format for today, we will have, we still have 6 games of rapid chess remaining, and these are played at 25 minutes plus a 10-second delay, with scoring at 2 points. A win counts for 2 points, and a draw will count for 1 point. Following on, we will have a weekend of blitz with 18 rounds of 5 minutes plus 3-second delay. So a win will cost will be 1 point cost and draw half a point.
A traditional scoring system in the blitz. But let's take a look at today's pairings. Look at the matches we have for round 4. Oh my, all-Russian matchup on board 1 there, Vladimir versus Ian.
Yes.
But Wesley So, can he keep up the pace? He'll be playing a tail-ender, Jovova.
And one match I'm particularly excited for is the tie-break rematch. Will NVL score a point against Magnus, just a revenge point against Magnus Carlsen?
It would be sweet.
And here with us in the studio, as always, is our Grandmaster Analyst, Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, guys, and good morning, everyone. What an exciting Day 1 of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour, the Leuven leg. We had on our hands Magnus Carlsen started off blistering hot with a nice strategical win against Leveronian, but then slowed up the pace and even lost against a hot Wesley So, who is actually coming from a disaster in Paris. But right now, he's standing on 5 points. He's the sole leader of our tournament, and he looks good. But let's look at the top 3 leaders of this tournament. We have Wesley So, 2 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw, standing at +2. Vachier-Lagrave, 1 win, 0 losses, 2 draws, standing at +1. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, who started off blistering hot with 2 wins, but then faltered under the severe pressure of the former world champion, Viswanathan Anand. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, if anything you can say about this event so far is that the predictable is unpredictable. There's no way in the world we could have guessed what happened yesterday, the way things went down. First of all, everything started all right. The hot players from Paris came in scintillatingly hot in the first round, but then in the second round, out of nowhere, a tail-ender, Jan Nepomniachtchi, managed to swindle his way, essentially. Well, let's just call it a very tenacious defense against Anish Giri, the birthday boy. But then the third round, it flipped yet again, and then it was Anish Giri's turn to dominate in a fantastic performance against Levon Aronian, just right out the opening, blowing Levon right off the board. And then we saw Anand surging as well. The standings are sort of a little bit topsy-turvy, not completely, but Wesley So, the Grand Chess Tour winner from last year, he sits atop everything, changing the trend yet again as he was such a poor performer in Paris. So we expect to see more changing of the winds as these players sit down and get ready to battle here on the second day of the Grand Chess Tour here in Leuven.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's take a closer look at our wildcard players.
Definitely. So first up is Grandmaster Vasily Ivanchuk.
One of the all-time greats. For the last 25 years in the elite, he's been on the short list of candidates of everybody in the world that he would be one day world champion. He never quite became the bride, always the bridesmaid.
Still a formidable player.
And any event, he's always a player to watch.
Next up is Jobava. Badur Jabova. He's 33 years old from Georgia. Absolutely unconventional player. You never know what's going to turn up on the board. Brilliant attacker.
Yes, unrestrained aggression and a modern-day brilliant worker. He's come up empty-handed in day one. Can he get a result in day two?
Let's hope so. And moving on to our third, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. Relatively unknown, but he's from Russia, aged 26 years old, and actually a former second of Magnus Carlsen. He's just come off a scintillating performance in the World Team Championships where he scored 7 out of 9.
A great talent. Magnus realized that talent years ago and took him into his team, and really is a player to watch.
Well, let's go back to Leuven where we'll have a chat with Maurice.
Well, I have a Grandmaster Nigel Short, a former World Championship candidate and still a top player. Nigel, this event has been topsy-turvy. It's been wild so far. It's been fascinating for us to watch as you've been calling the games. What trend do you see now, and who do you think is going to really deliver today?
It's very hard to say, but I think the first thing we should watch out for is Wesley So, because he's up against the drunk machine gunner Badur Jabava, and who knows, he had an off day yesterday, but drunk machine gunners can be dangerous for anyone.
I guess you can say that as a good friend of his, probably a drinking buddy as well. Anybody else other than Wesley? Do you see anyone else that really catches your attention?
Look, the games were wild yesterday, so I think almost anything can happen. And I don't think we'll see Magnus out of it for long. MVL has been looking good. He's poised. He's just behind. So we'll see what will happen there.
Indeed, three great names, of course, to pick. And Nigel will be calling games for the live audience here in Leuven as the fans come out. They are fascinated by what's happening here in this small but electric town, university town. We've had a lot of fun so far, and there's a lot more to be had as the games are set to begin.
Thank you, gentlemen. I must say that a couple of the old world champions, Vladimir Kramnik, Vishy Anand, are really capturing my attention. Vladimir, very unlucky with that swindle that MVL pulled off.
That was a
yesterday.
fantastic swindle, but aside from that, Vladimir Kramnik played some fantastic strategical games.
He really did.
I was really impressed with round two, and the way he handled MVL was perfect. You know?
It's been remarkable. And now let's go back to Leuven for the opening ceremony for Game 2, Day 2.
I'm going to pass over to the arbiter, Luke Cornett, who will just give you a little bit of information about how we like to do things here and what you can and cannot do. Luke, over to you.
great cheering there, but there you have the international arbiter just refreshing the players, telling them about the time control, because it is unusual time control of 25 minutes per player with this 10-second delay, no increments.
Thank you very much, Luke. And now I'd like to welcome the players for the start of the fourth round. And first of all, please give a warm welcome to the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And we're really looking forward to this game because Magnus is playing the man who came equal first with him at Paris, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And just behind me, please welcome former world champion from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik. Oh, what is it? I'd give that probably 5.9 for artistic impression, but probably only a 3 for technical merit. Well done, Vlad. Ian, see if you could do a little bit better. Vlad is playing his countryman from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. Please welcome the man making his debut in the Grand Chess Tour from Ukraine, Vasily Ivanchuk. And Vasily is playing fellow wildcard from Holland, Anish Giri. On your left, please welcome from Armenia, Levon Aronian. Who plays former world champion from India, Vishy Anand. Last year's winner of the Grand Chess Tour from the USA, Wesley So. Plays with the white pieces against arguably the most entertaining player in the world today from Georgia, Badur Jabava. No, that's got nothing to do with it, Badur. We didn't call you last because you were last. And we didn't call Magnus first because, well, he isn't first. Okay, so I'd like to hand over to the Chief Arbiter now to get things going. Thank you very much, Luke.
Well, one of the things that I recall from last year, 2016, actually, Wesley had a bad start in Paris. He righted the ship in Leuven, and he didn't look back. The Grand Chess Tour was his, and he dominated the last year's Grand Chess Tour. So are we going to see a repeat? And day 2 is just about to give us that answer. D4. And away they go. So with Jobava, it's really hard to predict what he might play in any game. His openings are
G6.
all over the map. It looks like he may be settling into a King's Indian.
Yes, I predict a King's
And
Indian. I mean, it's
no Grunfeld.
No, Grunfeld, I feel... Okay, for sure. No Grunfeld.
And it's nice to see E4, by the way, against the King's Indian. A lot of the players have been playing these G3 kingside fianchettos, but this is the type of game I really like. The King's Indian, super sharp, and we'll see what Wesley will choose to do. There's been a wide choice for white here.
Yes. Well, I'm particularly excited because it's actually something probably a lot of players struggle with, choosing a good system against the King's Indian. And it's very scary if you allow, some of these top players, they allow these raging kingside attacks. And
I remember a few years ago we had a marvelous King's Indian game between Wesley So, excuse me, and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru actually brilliantly mated Wesley's king, and Wesley was like, ah. But the systems can go anywhere. We'll wait for that game to develop. Let's just shoot over to our world champion. And in fact, Cristian, what has got your attention?
Well, we already saw a deep think by the world champion Magnus Carlsen as early as move number 3. He decided to play the Caro-Kann. I know he doesn't play the Caro-Kann very often. His usual pet line is the Rui Lopez. He decided to play a Caro-Kann. Knight F3 was played. Very unusual, well, not so unusual recently. This is a new trend after D5 to go Knight C3. Avoid developing this pawn all the way to D4 in perhaps anticipating you will want to play D3, Knight E2, G3, and potentially a kingside attack. D takes E4. In this position, Magnus thought for almost 1 minute and decided to take on E4. Avoid the principal lines that go after, I think, Knight F6 or E6. Knight takes E4, Knight F6, and now Queen E2 was played, Bishop F5, and Maxim is thinking. This is a very unorthodox opening, and we're going to see who has the more creative ideas.
Queen E2,
Queen E2
very unusual.
We have to point out that the good old cheap trick that of the Queen E2.
Let's fall for the smelted name. Knight D8, D7 would be bad because of this one. Knight D6 check.
This actually has happened a few times. So
yes, it has.
It's a useful trick to point out. Yes, so Knight F6 is a nice idea because you want to transpose into the main line with Knight takes F6.
Yes.
But this time, in those lines, White normally puts the knight on E2, the bishop comes to D3.
Right, the D4
yeah, you'll get
bishop would be here.
Yes, and this knight would be developed to E2.
The reason why the knight on F3 is not so effective against the structure is simply because the pawn on F6 controls the key E5 and G5 squares. So that is why we saw this move Queen E2. But Bishop Bishop F5 is basically trying to get into what we call the Bronstein-Larsen variation of the Caro, with knight takes F6, G takes F6, and in this particular case, well, the queen isn't great on E2. The bishop on F1 is saying, what's my role? And
again, the knight on F3.
Yes, and again, the knight on F3.
May not be the best square. You know, sometimes it wants to be on E2 to go to G3.
Exactly. So let's just go over to Maurice in Leuven. Maurice, what do you got for us?
Well, one game that just is full of niceties and strategic insight that we have to study is this game between Levon Aroni and Viswanathan Anand. Levon has been simply incredibly hot on the tour. He's the hottest player, in fact, won a couple of fantastic tournaments. He won the Grenke Classic, and he also won Norway just before coming here. So classically, he's been playing well. But yesterday, he did not perform well at all, losing to Magnus Carlsen, being blown off the board by Anish Giri. I ate breakfast with him this morning, as a matter of fact, and he was just thoroughly disgusted with his play, and he voiced that quite vociferously. But usually with Levon, when he does that, it's because he's just gearing himself up for a big battle. So expect to see that today. We'll see if we can get informed. Well, this game is intriguing from a strategic point of view because of this struggle between the bishop and the knight. And a lot of players think it's just the bishop and the knight. You know, they're about 3 points. No, they're two different creatures entirely, and the way you handle them dictates how a game will go. In this position, knight d5, bishop c5, b4, bishop to d4, rook b1, c6, attacking the knight. Now e3, ignoring the attack and going after this bishop, bishop to b6, and now here we have this trade of knight for bishop. That means white has this bishop, black doesn't. The dark squares are his, but black will have the knights that can control light squares that the dark square bishop cannot. But it's a very interesting question. What are you going to do about this bishop? If you look at the position, he played knight f3 immediately, ignoring this pawn, and after e4, knight d4. Now, you don't want to take this pawn. That's already just greed, pure greed. Actually, he gets spanked right away by queen b3, and after rook to a8, knight to f5, and suddenly the absence of that bishop on f8 is felt with this attack on this g7 pawn. You can't make moves like queen f6 because white can play g4, cement the knight, and guess who's coming to b2 and just wiping you off the board. So again, you cannot let the force of this piece enter the game. That's what white is playing for. So in this position, after knight to d4, Anand played the move knight to f6, and now d3 attacking those light squares, trying to get some bind away from black, because black, that's all black has. After the move d5, he took on d5, queen takes, and now a3. And you see the contours of the position. Black is going to fight to make his knight and bishop have potency on the light squares, while white is going to try to prove that bishop. If that bishop wakes up properly and white gets his pieces developed, black could be in a world of trouble, but there's still some time for black to prove that he has dynamic chances with that knight. So this is the kind of struggle we love to see. Small exchanges that change the board dramatically. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And in an echo of the very points that you were making in the game between Vasil Ivanchuk and Anish Giri, we do have that contest of dark square bishop versus knight. Looks like a Rossalimo Sicilian in reverse. Is Vasil Ivanchuk wielding the white pieces? Will he get an advantage? Christian, over to you. What did Wesley do against Badur?
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the game between the leader Wesley So and Badur Jobava. In this position, the usual King's Indian Tabia position, black usually plays d6, and after knight f3 or bishop g5, you have a lot of options as white, you have a lot of options as black. But instead of that, black decided to play the move c6. This is delaying the move d6 and potentially want to play d5 in one move. So immediately white played bishop e3, d5, e5, knight retreats to e8, h4 immediately. Because of the fact this knight has left its guarding place, and right now h4, h5 comes with a lot of potency. D takes c4, h5, c5. Black has to destroy white's center immediately, otherwise he's just simply going to get checkmated on the king side. H takes g6, h takes g6, d takes c5, queen d1, rook d1, knight, bishop takes c5, knight to f3 with tempo. Everything has to come with tempo. Black's biggest problem in this position is the lack of development. We see, besides the bishop on e5, every other piece is on the 8th rank. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3, knight to c6. Black is currently a pawn up, but white has the bishop pair. Black still has a lack of development. And after a move such as knight to g5, I'm going to threaten to take on c4. This is your biggest problem. The bishop on c8. If you go to f5, I can always go a move such as g4. I can also play a simple move such as knight h7. So he is having some difficulties after this move knight g5. The bishop pair, the better structure potentially because of these 2 pawns, which are quite powerful, I think are going to give white a big advantage. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
And it's incredible. The theme of this round is dark square bishop versus knight. That's the theme of the round, unquestionably. We take a look at this game. If we jump back to this critical moment in the game, h6 was played in this quiet system against the King's Indian, and bishop takes knight. That's a very important move in chess, the trade of bishop for knight that creates permanent imbalances. These two pieces are just so diametrically opposed to each other that all the strategies that play out, they can't compete. So one is trying to overwhelm the other. This bishop is looking to get life, while these minor pieces will try to dominate the other color. A4, controlling the light squares even more. A5, queen c2, further pressure on those light squares. Bishop dropping back. Now we see knight to c4, knight c6, a developing move, rook e1, and f5, trying to so-called open up the game. But remember, as he gets his space, white wants control of the light squares because he has a piece that can control light squares that black doesn't. So the natural move, e4, there it goes. More dominance on those light squares and also a central break. And after f4 is shutting down the position, now d takes e5. Surprise, you might be surprised thinking you don't want to open up the game for the bishops. But of course, black's bishop is not that great. So after pawn takes, this bishop is locked down. And white again, look at the light square control. That's because he has a piece that black does not have. And he'll look to see if he can accentuate that as the game continues. You can look at other games, another game as well. Yasser, you mentioned this game between Giri and Ivanchuk, and we have the same situation. Bishop again, dark square bishop versus knight on tap. Will the knights be able to prove anything at all as they try to dance around, prance around, and control the other color complex? But again, a bishop is a potent piece. So 4 of the 5 games feature dark square bishop versus knight right now in the contest. Pretty interesting strategic questions that we get to ask, and we see a theme play itself out on all the boards.
Nice, very nice. Well, I must say that the game between Wesley and Badur really just blowed up. I mean, it's not what you would call your normal King's Indian type of position. But this game that Cristian was looking at, super weird position. Cristian, clue is in. What's going on?
No, it is a super weird position, and that is exactly what happens when Badur Jobava plays chess and tries to be creative. You get super weird position, unbalanced positions, and it seems like both players do enjoy this type of positions, though. I did play a very, very similar type of structure with Wesley. In the Pro Chess League, I played a Grunfeld, I lost my dark square bishop, and then I had to face some attack on the H file, and it was quite potent, very, very dangerous player. In this position, White simply has to play this move, Rook to B1. Once again, we see why these two pawns are very, very powerful, because they block this pawn on B7. Black is still having huge difficulties with his development. This bishop is most probably going to be exchanged for this knight. But after that, the two bishops versus the two knights with this impressive long diagonal opened up and always potential attacks via bishop d4 if this knight moves away. This doesn't look appealing nor promising for Black.
Well, it doesn't give Bodor the type of headhunting capability that he likes.
I did notice that Wesley has played rook d7, which I found very surprising because I thought that there could be some bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight e5, unless...
Indeed, this is exactly a line.
I spotted a little trap as well there.
Yes, well, knight e5, definitely, shooting for the double attack. But now we see why Wesley could have posted, why the rook was posted on the h file, because of bishop d4.
Knight takes pawn.
But knight takes f3, check, king up, knight takes check,
d4.
Takes. So I straightened out my pawns, but is this that convincing?
We have a very dominating rook on d7, on the, what did you call it, the refreshment stall.
The refreshment stall, indeed. There's always a perp. White's not taking too many risks in this particular line because he can sacrifice his bishop and get a perpetual check. So no risk in the position for White, but is it an advantage? And Cristian, coming back to you, what game is catching your fancy?
So let's maintain our focus on the Wesley Jobava game. As you mentioned, Yasser, after bishop f3, g takes f3, knight e5, bishop d4. Yes, this position is definitely not as convincing as I thought it would be, and I'm really unhappy with the fact that Wesley decided to go through the forced variation of rook d7 instead of just playing it calmly with rook b1, exerting pressure on the b file, the same idea, and just simply not allowing this knight e5 trick that complicates matters, and it was completely unnecessary. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in the game Vachier-Lagrave versus Magnus Carlsen. We've seen this new trademark of Magnus. He goes for very unbalanced pawn structures and very unconventional pawn structures. And in this particular game, after knight e5, knight takes e5, queen a5, bishop d2, queen takes e5, queen takes e5, f takes e5, we see this concentrated pawn structures in the center and on the f and e files. Very, very peculiar. Bishop g2, h5, castle h4, rook ae1, and right now Black is going to have some difficulties defending this pawn on e5. If you, for example, play this move, I can play the move f4, and after e takes f4, potentially rook takes f4. You see all of White's pieces are perfectly placed, combining towards an attack on the Black king. And I personally do not fancy Black's structure very much.
Well, I'll have to champion that. Well, I mean, challenge. How dare you denigrate my favorite Caro-Kann.
We have a Caro-Kann duo.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you're on my team on this one, Jovi. I actually thought that Magnus, from an opening perspective, had done pretty well. He's got his fair share of the center. You're right. There's some temporary issues in that final position that you were giving Cristian. And I didn't think that it was that much after just the line you had said, because there's a bailout move. bishop h6, you'll take my bishop, I'll take your bishop. So I've got bishops of opposite color type of thing. And black's center, although it's a little bit wobbly at the moment he goes king f7, e6,
yes.
he's right back in the thick of things. I think
One
it's
thing about this,
equalized.
one thing about this, this rook with opposite color bishops, I'm a little bit concerned because when I compare the value of these bishops,
yes.
the white bishop on g2 is so much better because of this b4, b5 idea. This
I'm losing you. I can't believe
I wasn't
this.
a big fan of Magnus's
Yes.
h5, h4. I thought that he needed to concentrate on developing and
I feel I'm sinking. I'm sinking.
Yeah, Yasser,
Let's go to
if you-
Maurice first.
Yes.
Maurice.
Well, again, we're seeing this beautiful theme play itself out, and Kramnik, you don't talk to this guy about positional themes because he knows all of them. And this position is all about this imbalance on this bishop and this knight. That's the key. Well, it's not all about it because, of course, these pawns can come down the board and start an attack or at least start some initiative. But the key feature that's permanent are these two. If white can avoid that trade, then this bishop will always be a modest piece because of the pawn structures, particularly this pawn on e5. So imagine white being able to trade off this bishop, this knight, for this bishop and this knight, and then everything else gets traded and you remain with a knight on c4 that this bishop will be unable to fight. That's a kind of general direction white will go in. But look at what Kramnik did. He started with h3, more control of the light squares, not giving this move any kind of bite, queen e7. A little slow of a move, but still getting the queen off the back rank. Now bishop to e2, clearing the d file. Bishop e6, rook a d1, and he's just waiting for trades. He just loves to see some trades happen along the d line because he likes his structure more. Now g5, looking for some possibilities down the board. Now in this position, a very simple move would be to play knight d2 and start thinking about trading off the light squared piece. That would be a standard, solid, reasonable plan to try to dominate those light squares, getting rid of the light squared bishop. That's black's key piece in the position. What's another way to get rid of the light squared bishop? What about just sticking a rook on d5 the way Kramnik did? He said, the light squares are what this game is about. If you give me domination on those squares, I'm going to own this position. Rook d5, a monster move, putting the rook in the middle of the board, just not even being afraid of whether or not it's daring or not. If takes, then takes back. This knight has to find some crazy square to go to. It has nowhere forward. Going backwards just simply allows tactics already with knight takes, bishop takes, and suddenly you see this pin along this line, something like bishop to c4. This piece is under attack. There's going to be a discovery on the king, and the light squares have exploded. Queen g6 is in the position. Black has to be careful about these light squares in the position because that's the color complex white can control. So in this position, after rook to d5, if we go back to the game, Pomniachtchi's no fool. He said, I want to challenge that rook. No way in the world I'm giving up my light square bishop because that's where the weakness is. So we see the theme play out. As soon as a trade of dark square bishop for knight appears on the board, it's the other color complex that you want to address. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And Christian, what do you got for us in that Magnus Carlsen game?
I think you were mentioning a bailout move in this particular position, bishop to h6, but unfortunately the pawn on h4 is unprotected, and after rook h4, bishop g7, rook takes h8. This is just a simple pawn up. Instead of that, Magnus saw this hidden nuance and took on g3 first, h takes g3, e takes f4, rook f4, bishop h6, as you were mentioning, rook to h4, bishop to g7 was played. Now, you do not want to exchange the rooks. You want to keep as many rooks as possible, as many pieces as possible on the board, because your only advantage in this position is the initiative you're currently having. So, instead of that, after bishop g7, white played the move rook to b4, bishop to c8, and we currently, I think, yes, we currently have this position after the move d4 on the board. White has specific plans to open up the center with d5 or perhaps swing back the rook via the third rank to the e file and put some pressure on the e pawn. The bishop on c8, not such a good piece. If black manages to get that piece out and potentially the rook back to the center, this is going to be a nice structure for black. Unfortunately, he has to deal with white's current initiative. White is pressing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Christian, I like White's position now. I'm switching side after the move rook b4. Why did Magnus have to capture on f4, not play, for example, bishop h6? Was there a refutation to the immediate bishop h6? Because you're right, White does, MVL has a nice initiative. I like what he's done.
Yeah, I especially like the fact that everything's about lengthening the power of this bishop on g2, d4, d5, lengthens, it opens, and with the bishop stuck on c8. But yeah, I'm interested. Bishop h6.
Also, let's not forget about the clock. Vachier-Lagrave built a 7 minutes differential. Magnus only has 12 minutes left, so this might end up in a time scramble. And the more pressure Vachier puts on Magnus, the less Magnus time will have. So this is going to be an interesting one to see how it develops. But firstly, let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
And a big development in that game we've been following between Kramnik and Nepomniachtchi, and Kramnik just playing dominant chess. He put his rook on d5. After the challenge to rook to d8, he moved his rook over to b5, another weak light square, attacking b7, another weak light square in the position. Black responded with the move b6, and Kramnik said, why not? Time to snack. Knight takes on e5. A free pawn, and he's just dominating now, just a masterclass. It's funny when you watch Kramnik's games, how pure, when he's playing his best chess, the positional themes play themselves out. And you want to study his best games, because if you want a good lesson on how to play positional ideas, the multiplicity of themes that are positional chess, you'll just have to study this guy, because he follows them so beautifully, crisply, logically, and right now he is showing his stuff as he is simply dominating this position against Nepomniachtchi.
Thank you, Maurice. What a beautiful maneuver. Rook d5, rook b5, and to make the knights work. I have to admit, I didn't even consider this. You know, I was thinking, how can I get those two knights functioning? Because you know, optically, you don't really want to be exactly. You don't want to be maneuvering them around.
Right.
But rook d5, rook b5. Yeah,
well,
fantastic.
taking a page out of the former world champion's playbook, Tigran Petrosian. Tigran was famous for his exchange sacrifices and the move rook d5. It's just such a beautiful link in the chain of Vladimir's strategy there. Looking at our game, our tournament leaders game, pardon me, of Wesley So, I like Wesley's position. I always like these active kings. We're in an endgame position, so White's king is taking up a centralized role. And from White's point of view, with this rook on d7 and this pawn on c5, the potential of that pawn is quite great. White wants to play bishop e4. You were mentioning, Jovi, drop the rook back and rook across the third rank.
I've been inspired by previous games.
Yeah, exactly. The rover there. Rook on h6 is going to drop back, and definitely, for my taste, Jovaba is on his back foot. Christian.
I have to disagree with you, Yasser, because this is a very concrete position, and I did check a few lines. After rook h1, which was played, trying to swing back the rook to, knight g7, rook h1, trying to swing back the rook to bishop d3, rook a b8, rook to h1, trying to swing back the rook to b1. The problem is, I'm going to immediately challenge your rook on d7 with rook d8, and after the potential exchange, because if you go to c7, then I can simply take on d4. After the rook exchange, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook to b1. Now I have this move, rook to d7, and whenever you're going to go bishop e4, I can simply just go knight to f5, and I'm going to attack your center as well. My king is quite close to the pawn, so in an emergency, I'm going to be able to immediately bring my king, make use of my structure to block your own king from coming to support your passed pawn. And ultimately, I'm just going to be a pawn up. So I have a feeling White is actually on the back foot and trying to equalize. I think Wesley didn't play the most precise variations leading up to this unclear endgame.
Boy, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I forgot to count the pawns.
Yes.
Good morning, St.
Yes.
Louis. I thought that the pawns were equal. I didn't realize in those early exchanges White had sacrificed a pawn for initiative, and I'll take it back. I mean, Black is simply fine, because somehow I thought that the there was an extra pawn in the position
I
for
thought
white.
maybe there was enough compensation based on this very strong pawn on c5. I
Right.
thought that he can play on this. It's not so.
Yes, well,
not so
continuing the
straightforward.
line that Cristian was mentioning, citing bishop e4, knight f5. Well, should I take with the rook or should I take? Yeah, let me take with the
Maybe-
rook.
If I take with the bishop, maybe I can escort the pawn.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I was
no,
thinking
there's a
the pawn-
blockade, yeah.
Yeah, there was a blockade on c7. So if we just go down this line for a second, again, white's putting his hopes behind this pawn on c5. But I do see that after rook takes, bishop takes, those blockading knights, that knight will just actually be terrifically placed
Yes.
on c7. There's no entry for white's king.
And the pawn structure, I noticed the pawn structure with e6, f7, g6. There's no vulnerability there. I can't come in with my king.
Right, you're not.
I
Your
can't.
king's not on f6
Yes.
already. So maybe our tournament leader has, well, been a little bit overly aggressive. I noticed, by the way, in the update to the game, that Wesley played the move a2, a4, and again, good position for black now. Cristian.
This is far from over. I mean, white has its trumps. Obviously, he's a pawn down, but his position is very active. So this could go either way. An interesting idea, actually, in this position is the move e5. Now, if you take, I'm going to plant this knight on e6, very powerful knight, and your whole structure is damaged. You see, you have three island pawns to my two, and we know that the less pawns, the less island pawns you have, the better your structure is. So after knight e6, black would be dominating, but after e5, there is this move d5. Crazy, crazy things are happening. This game could blow up at any moment, despite the fact we have limited material on the board. So we're going to keep a look, we'll keep an eye on this game. But let's go to Maurice and Jovan.
And again, a very important moment, a transitional moment in this game with Kramnik and Nepomniachtchi. Kramnik has taken a pawn to be up a pawn in the game. But what often happens when you grab material in chess is your position becomes destabilized temporarily. You've taken the pawn, but your pieces aren't fully coordinated because you had to grab something in the process. Now, obviously, if you just grab it and it's full coordination, it's one thing. But oftentimes at this level, you grab something, and just for that moment, your pieces are discoordinated, and your opponent can try to take advantage of that. And this is what happened in the game. Black played bishop takes knight, and then after rook takes, in this position, black played queen d6. And if you look at white's pieces, they're just not talking to each other at all. This rook has stolen a pawn. It's way off eating food. It's now a nice fat rook, but it has nowhere to go. So he played the move rook to b5 temporarily, just keeping it in someplace safe for now. And now Nepomniachtchi played queen down to d2. And this offers a trade. He said, wait, you're down a pawn. Why are you trading queens? Well, because the activity is what counts now. He's got to make something happen now. Otherwise, he could end up in a lost position. Kramnik had to find a couple of stabilizing moves according to the engines as you're looking at it, because I was wondering myself, why not just trade? But after rook takes, suddenly this rook is a big time piece, and he's going to have to deal with this rook on the 7th rank. It's not so easy to defend. Like, for example, let's say you want to play rook d1, you play king f1. Suddenly this move f3 appears out of nowhere. f3 on the board, if you take with the pawn, you drop the h pawn. If you take with the bishop, then suddenly bishop check, and your rook is going off the board as well. So tactics start to abound. Going back to this moment in the game, queen d2. He had to find queen b1 according to the engines and allow this line, f3. He probably was scared to see this move happen. Bishop takes h3, and suddenly it looks like black's attacking, but just one more waiting move. Rook to d5, shutting down all the energy for black. And in this position, it's stabilized in white's favor in that white's pieces are safer, black's king is exposed, and suddenly it's white for choice in this type of pawn structure. Well, he did not do that. He traded queens. It was his decision here, which the engines don't like. I can understand why he did it, but suddenly he's looking at the board, looking for moves, and that initiative that Kramnik had a moment ago, where he was just flying forward, playing masterfully, grabbing that pawn, now he just had to find a couple of consolidating moves. Looks like he was not able to do so, and now he's checking the position to see what he can do about this penetration. Engine saying the position is dead equal right now. I'm sure Kramnik is thinking, is this really, I'm up a pawn right now. Why should I not be winning? But it looks as though Black has enough dynamic possibilities associated with F3 that he has shown great defensive skills. We saw Nipom Niachi do the same against Anish Giri yesterday when he was busted and turned the game around to win. Will he be able to turn this one around as well and save the game? We'll see if Kramnik is able to find some moves to take over once again.
Very much, Maurice. Thank you very much, Maurice. Well,
we have a result.
We have some news. Giri has won.
Wow.
So we'll check in with Cristian, who'll take us through this victory.
What a shake-up. In this position, after rook e8, white could have simply retreated the queen to d3, which would have led to a perfectly normal position. I'm going to plan my knight on d5. The structure is okay. The bishop versus the knight is just going to lead to a very, very unbalanced middle game. Instead of that, white decided to put his rook all the way to b7, going pawn hunting. This is not a very wise decision when your king is so opened up. And after the move knight c6, we see that the bishop is under attack. And right now I have another hidden threat. Rook to b8, queen to a6, rook to a5, trapping the queen. So in this position you have to defend against two threats. White did manage to find a defense against the two threats. Now if rook b8, queen a6, and I don't have rook to a5. Actually, after rook b8 I can simply just take the pawn on c7. But instead of that, knight d5, rook takes d5 came on the board, and if you take on d5 attacking the knight, I'm going to simply retreat my knight to d8, attacking your queen, and your bishop is still under attack. I would assume Vasily only calculated the move knight a5, which is still okay for white after queen takes a7, rook takes e3, and we see that the knight on a5 is very much out of the game. Unfortunately for him, with the knight on d8, black simply has absolutely no problems bringing this knight to e5, the other knight to g5, in cooperation with the queen and the rook on e3. This is just going to be a mating net very, very quickly, and Vasily did resign after the move rook takes d5.
Wow. Tactical oversight there, just blindness. Rook takes d5 is a beauty.
Yeah, it is a beauty, and it's very easy. These, when you have so many possibilities, like for instance, you calculate the queen, the knight attacking the queen. It's very difficult to sometimes miss something like a rook takes d5 and giving. But yes,
I love hunting pawns, but that did have danger written all over it. I mean, because of if you put the pawn back on g2, then queen b7 looks a little bit nicer. But in that particular position where Vasil went pawn hunting with queen b7. My spidey sense would have been, tingling there. Yeah. That wasn't a good tactical oversight. Let me turn to the game of MVL versus Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has had to, there's been an initiative since this move, rook b4 was played. You were mentioning, Jovi, that white's bishop on g2, just bearing down on this long diagonal, caused Magnus to have to retreat, reset his pieces. Bishop c8 protecting the pawn on b7, d4 anticipating d5. Lovely retreat, bishop f8. I really like that retreat. Magnus is anticipating an e5 with a potential attack. After d5 and a trade and so on. Rook c4, bishop h3, developing with a tempo, bishop f3, rook d8.
Seemed a bit strange, okay.
Oh, pardon me. Rook c4 seemed a bit strange. He was trying to get out of any potential e5 ideas. And black is probably going to put his king on f7 and just... But let's go to Leuven. Maurice is with Anish, who's back-to-back victories.
We are with Anish Giri, who we saw yesterday win a sparkling and very quick game on his birthday, and he's continuing the trend today as he's won another quick game with the black pieces. Anish, this was just a chess game for a while. It looked like you had equalized and maybe starting to turn around, maybe a little bit. But you could not have expected this birthday gift. That's like a belated gift to see a queen land on d7.
It's typical, when on Facebook you say, "Dear all, thank you for wonderful congratulations." After that you get like a 50 more because people are like, "Ah, yeah, he had a birthday." So they start to, and this was like this post-mortem birthday congratulation as well. In fact, the position is not just a position; it's absolutely identical to the Brasolimo variation, which goes in the Sicilian.
Yes.
We go the.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it's like e4, c5, knight d3, knight c6, bishop b5, g6 in reverse. And the fact that white has a tempo lets him kind of equalized, but the position is very comfortable for black nonetheless. I mean, so I was very happy with my position. But I think if he doesn't go on the mission suicide here, but just plays, I don't know, knight somewhere, or basically position is just. I prefer black certainly, but it is really little that's going on. And I think when you have no plan, sometimes you start, and you are still ambitious, like my opponent was, you start inventing things. And okay, I mean this is a bit insane, but
I mean, it's so unrelated to anything happening over here. It's shocking to see the queen land.
yeah, I imagine that even let's say if I make a random move, that even this is not really good. Okay, it's losing immediately. Yeah. So I mean, this is a bit insane. But as I said, like sometimes when you have ambitions, but position doesn't let you do anything, then you start blowing yourself up. And that's, for example, what happened yesterday against Wesley for Magnus. Sometimes when you have this inner desire to do something creative, and the position doesn't offer you anything, you start inventing insanity like that. And here, I think my opponent missed this altogether, he said, but what I assumed he missed during the game was that I don't go knight a5, but I just go knight d8. And my knight is very nice here, and then I'll take, and then pieces come out, and I just mate.
Very simple, relaxing game for you. I know you were watching other games as well, so since you've got nothing better to do, I'm just going to get your opinion on...
Well, I have my family here. I mean, I've got nothing better to do. I mean, no, I'm joking, of course. Let's have a look.
This position, for example, Kramnik had played these beautiful moves.
What is the rook on d5? I mean, this is insane. This is
No, he played a very strategically interesting way. It's just that when he landed in this position, after queen d2, apparently he was supposed to play the move queen b1 and consolidate with this formation.
Yeah, computer says that, but to be honest, I saw the game around here. And I saw queen d6, I saw that white has to go here, you go queen d2, and optically it looks like black has enough counterplay, because in fact this rook is completely out of play here.
Correct.
So, I mean, okay, of course, if computer says that, you sort of realize that, yeah, true, nothing's going on, the king side is a bit weak, you're a pawn up, rook's not trapped, but I think during the game it feels like black has just enough compensation for the pawn, and this is very natural, and the endgame is kind of equal. But yeah, actually, Vladimir, he could have found it, because he's very ambitious, and this is a very ambitious way to play. He could have found it. But yeah, actually, but it was not obvious to me, like when I was looking like that over my shoulder. So.
Right, difficult, certainly a difficult retreat to find for a human player. The other game you mentioned was Magnus's game, actually. You felt, you felt Magnus was a lot worse at one point.
Yeah, he played like...
finding the game, it's
Wang Yu,
right here.
Okay, he's completely holding this, but I mean, I think the pinnacle of his position was here when he went bishop to f8. I mean, this is Wang Yu in overdrive. I mean, this is really hardcore.
The Chinese grandmaster.
Yes, that Magnus referred to in his tweet, who is known for being extremely solid and likes to build fortresses, doesn't mind moves like bishop f8. This is really Wang Yu in overdrive. Of course, this is a total disaster for black. But the moment somehow, once the rook got to d8, bishop h3, rook d8, I think already black was doing okay. And now he's just slightly better, but already his pieces have harmony. In fact, this pawn is also strong. I think the game is just going to end in a draw. But yeah, I mean, he had some really tough time around here. I don't know. It cannot be good.
Yeah, you were talking about this game. Were you paying attention to this game while you were playing? I mean...
A little bit. I mean, the thing is that my position was so easy to play that, yeah, at some point I was just looking at the... actually, the reason I saw all of this is because my board was situated right in front of the this electronic TV screen. And so I was basically facing the TV screen, and I couldn't not see all the games. So
it's a good spot for you.
I really like that spot. You don't have to move your head around. It's very nice, yeah.
Okay, well, looks like you're getting all the gifts on your birthday. We'll let you go spend some time with your family and relax before your next game.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Anish, for some very strong opinions there. I just like the way he goes, draw easy, okay, difficult, you know,
this
dang,
is
dang, 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 dang.
Complete disaster. Yes.
Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, one thing I have to say is that I'm very impressed with these top players finding of the critical moment in every position And this is exactly the critical moment. After the bishop withdrew to f8, you see the rook on a8, the rook on h8, the bishop on c8, bishop on f8, all of black's pieces on their initial position. And this rook to c4 was a huge mistake because of the fact of the bishop h3 with tempo, very, very important. Instead of that, he should have kept contact with the pawn on b7. Now the bishop on c8 is unable to move. I have the same ideas of playing d5 and opening up the center, opening up the bishop on g2 and attacking the pawn on b2, as well as the move to rook to e3. And after a move such as e6, we could go d5, c takes d5, bishop takes d5, and this position just screams danger for black. You have the pawn on b7 under attack, the pawn on e6 under attack. All of white's pieces are harmoniously attacking black's structure. This would have been problematic, but after rook c4, black is simply just fine.
Thank you, Cristian. And Jovi over here is doing a dance because she had pointed out to me a long time ago, what the heck was MVL's rook c4? She said, rook b3, get in that d5, and you're just like,
keep contact with
big
b7,
broad
rook
smiles
c4.
over
Yes,
here.
yes.
Nicely done. And I completely agree. Rook c4 threw away, shall we say, the lion's share of the advantage that MVL was enjoying. What's going on in the Wesley So position? I mean, okay, Jobava, extra pawn, but is it enough? In my view, white has this idea of a5, a6, and if he can get in rook b7, then he's going to be easy draw. He'll have more than enough compensation. Cristian?
Well, black actually did play c5.
c5?
Yes.
Ooh.
I didn't expect that. I thought
bishop bishop d5 does not deliver checkmate on e8 because there's a knight d4 check.
Yes.
Takes
no.
b5.
But I was wondering if I get greedy and go rook c8.
Greed is good.
Greedy.
Rook c8. Give me the pawn. And how else to play the knight d4 check? Ooh, looks like a very good question that black will have to answer. Knight d4 check, well, let's either centralize or go to g4.
Let's centralize. And now I can
take
it and rook. Maybe I'll throw in one rook
one check
one
first.
swish and zip first.
Then white's to be preferred. Cristian, this move rook c8 by Jovi sure looks like a good one to me.
Yes, absolutely, and I completely concur to what you guys were saying. After rook c8, white does have the advantage, and I feel this c5 was a bailout move from Jobava, expecting rook c8, knight d4, and the variation you mentioned, knight e6, bishop takes e6, king takes e6, rook takes e5. And, okay, this position is still a little bit problematic for white. I'm going to go rook a5. I'm going to pin your rook to the defense of the a7 pawn, and then rook a6, a5, rook c6, a6. I mean, there are ideas of trying to win this endgame. I actually recently analyzed this, and black's defense is definitely not trivial. But after knight d4, king e4, knight e6, bishop takes e6, we do indeed have this move, rook to d4, king to f3, king takes e6, and this is just going to be a draw after rook c6, rook a6, or rook takes e5, depending on where you're going to place your king. A bailout move, c5 from Badur Jobava. But let's go to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, a huge development in the game between Viswanathan Anand and Levon Aronian. We've been talking about this bishop, how Levon would have to somehow nurse that bishop. But Anand is someone who is absolutely in love with knights. You see it happen time and time again that he'll trade a bishop off for a knight. He did it in this game. He did it in the World Championship against Boris Gelfand. If you look at that game, as many times as Anand played the moves bishop takes knight, he must have been twice as many times as Gelfand did giving up his bishop for a knight. And Anand has no problems giving up bishops for knights and then fighting against the bishop himself. In this position, after this position had arisen, he played his knight to e5, and suddenly his knights are well placed. And look at this knight on this side of the board. hunting down a pawn. Anand said, no problem, you can have it. Bishop takes, knight takes b7, and now the move knight to g4, going on the aggressive on the other side, using that knight to effect a g3, and now knight takes h2 out of nowhere. A beautiful sacrifice. You don't dare take this piece because suddenly bishop f3 and your king is getting mated. That's that simple. Your king is in deep trouble in this position. So after knight h2, the move knight takes d8 was played, and now Anand made a mistake according to the engines, but this is just so sharp and so hard to calculate in this kind of play. He played knight f3. Apparently he was supposed to just take this back in this position, and if you dare touch this knight again, then again this move bishop f3 will happen on the board, and your king is in trouble. So he needed to just capture back like stone cold-blooded capture. Instead, he played this check first because he saw another idea coming, king to g2, and now knight d2. Look at that knight dance and prance all around the board, an incredible fork, and the threat of bishop f3 again on the board, but bishop takes h7 out of nowhere, and in time pressure found by Aronian, and now he's prepared to get rid of this knight, or push it back at least. If you take this piece, he's going to play with queen d3 check, and if your knight were to drop back, then suddenly none of the threats exist at all, and his knight can come back out, and he's just winning. Instead of that, of course, Anand found king to f8 in this position, and now with a ticking clock, his queen under attack, pieces forked, mate threat on f3 coming, he finds again the best move, f4. These guys are good. Did we say these guys are good? These guys are good. He's finding the only moves. And when I was at breakfast today with Aronian, he said something else that I wanted to write down, but it stayed in my head. And he said, listen, when you have only moves, he said actually what he said was he's surprised when people say that these guys are good when they find the only moves in a position. He said, every good player, when faced with only moves, will find the only moves. It's when you have a lot of choices, like, for example, Anish Giri had yesterday plenty of choices, and then he messed up. That's different. But when you have only moves, strong players find only moves. That's what makes you so strong. And he's been finding only move after only move so far, defending this position where his opponent came straight at him, and just simply amazing. And according to the engines now, white is winning. But, that said, 3 minutes on the clock and ticking down in this position as Anand has dropped his queen back to the f6 square. Will he be able to find another set of only moves in order to save his position? Or maybe he's going to start getting some choices and mess this one up. Guys, this one is crazy.
A thriller indeed.
Wow, some brilliant stuff.
I'm still trying to figure out the material count there.
It was crazy there.
I lost it. But Magnus in time trouble? What do we got?
Before that, I just wanted to say that we have some news that Kramnik and Nepomniachtchi, that ended in a draw.
It was a draw in that all-Russian matchup.
So let's head to Magnus.
Christian.
Well, one thing very, very unusual about Magnus Carlsen in this event is that he's entering time trouble situations, severe time trouble situations. And in this case, we have Magnus Carlsen 47 seconds, Maxime Vachier 9 minutes. This position is still very, very close to equality. But it's not over yet. I'm going to play a move such as rook e6, king d7, rook takes e5, or maybe just b6 as well. Still some problems to solve for both white and black, but with 47 seconds on the clock, this is not going to be so easy. I still expect the world champion to hold.
Yes. But some pressures for Magnus, unpleasant sense. Speaking of some pressures, I do believe we've seen a big error by Jobava in this ending that he had with Wesley. Rook and bishop make a formidable combination, and after this move, rook c8, we expected check. We didn't expect knight c2 check, not at one bit. We expected knight e6 going,
and we didn't expect this.
Knight going to e1. What on earth is the knight doing on e1? And after this move, king g4, knight g2, trying to get back to civilization, but suddenly it's white who's menacing with very concrete threats of rook e8 mate. Let's go to Leuven, where we have Vladimir Kramnik with Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
We're with former world champion Vladimir Kramnik after a very interesting game. The first phase of the game saw you trade this bishop for knight, then outplay your opponent on the light squares, win a pawn on e5, and then all of a sudden he plays this move queen d2, and just that moment when you were not quite coordinated, he was able to make what looked like just enough counterplay in this game. What were you thinking when this moment arose?
Well, of course, I was hesitating between changing queens or playing queen b1, but somehow, okay, after queen b1, king g7, I was not that sure. I mean, okay, maybe objectively I'm better, but my pieces are really badly coordinated, and he's got this queen on d2, f3 sometimes is coming. So it's hard to assess. Actually, I decided to change queens, and I thought that it would be still, I would keep some advantage than playing before after. Yeah, that was my plan. But unfortunately, it seems that black is just in time to create with this takes rook a8. And now what is important that after e5 there is rook takes e2. I mean, otherwise, yeah, rook takes e2, bishop c4. But this I saw, you know what I missed actually. My plan was to play after, yeah, rook e5, that was my plan, king f7, and now a5, sorry. That was my idea, and then king f6, and rook b5 back, because now I saw that rook e2, bishop c4, there is a check on f5. So that, but all of a sudden, I mean, after rook b5, f5, king f6, rook b5, no, here. Sorry? Yeah, e5, king f6, rook b5, there is bishop d7, and this is what I missed, actually. I mean, unfortunately, e5 check, king e7, and I don't see how can I really... So, okay, bishop d7, I should play rook d5 and make a draw. So finally, I went bishop g4, but it was nothing. I mean, I'm not better even there. So, I mean, from one point of view, well, I don't think I had an overwhelming advantage. But of course, after winning a pawn, I was already quite optimistic about my winning chances, but I couldn't manage to, probably manage to be very, very precise, yeah.
We saw you won your first game against Anand, and then a negative result.
Well, I lost the first game, I won the second, and drew the third.
Lost the first, 1 second. Drew now, and now draw again. You're in the middle of the pack still. How are you feeling about where you are?
Oh, I'm fine, feeling fine. I mean, for the moment, okay, just, okay, of course, yesterday the third game was a bit ridiculous. I was totally winning and just relaxed too early against Maxim, and he managed to escape. But all in all, it's okay. The whole tournament is still, ahead and blitz and so on, so it's fine. I mean, my next game is not going to be easy one. I have black with Magnus, but no problem. I will try to fight.
No problem, you say. You can say that. The rest
I mean,
of us...
no problem, because if I lose, you know, that's why. It's no problem. But I think, okay, I will try to fight. I feel well, I feel in good mood, so let's see.
All right, well, we'll see. Good luck in that game.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And big turnaround going again. We were mentioning that Wesley So, our tournament leader, he had some problems with Jovova, but now he's in the driver's seat. He's got an active king, active rook,
active bishop.
All of his pieces. He's trying to win. Cristian, take it.
Absolutely. This game is almost over because of a huge blunder by Jobava. In this position after king g5, Jobava was only worried about the king coming to f6 and potentially creating a mating threat. So he played this move rook to d4, but unfortunately forgot that king can also go to h6, protecting this g7 square. And now again, if you take on f4 with either piece, I'm going to go rook c8, rook king e7, rook to e8, and that's again a checkmate. We see the coordination between the bishop and the rook, how powerful it is. So after rook d4, king h6, Jobava had to withdraw his rook to d8, and I think this is the position we have on the board. In this position, White repeated the moves once, and now he's probably considering just maybe take here, and this is just going to be a winning endgame. The a pawn, a5, a6, move rooks to b7, a7, and it's just going to be unstoppable. The coordination between the rook and the bishop is too powerful. Instead of rook d4, which was the big blunder, black should have played knight f3 to control the central square d5, so king f6 doesn't work. And also, if you go here on h6, I'm going to go knight h5, and I'm going to once again force your king to go back. Still complicated position, but would have offered survival chances for black.
Well, if we see a victory there by Wesley, he's going to have a lead. But before that, we have another result.
We have another result. Magnus and MVL, that resulted in a draw. So MVL was playing white, and
A difficult game for Magnus. Definitely he was on the back foot, and in that rematch of the tiebreaker.
Yes, and as much as I love the Caro-Kann, that wasn't
no, that was not
a good opening.
Not a good game for Magnus for sure. I'm just going to go through it after, well, a moral victory, if you will. You ended up a piece ahead, but it wasn't enough, and that game was a draw. Again, that game of Wesley So, that is just such a huge result. I just wanted to go back for a moment to this moment after the move, right here. We'd seen this blunder rook d4. I didn't really pay attention to the move king h6. I had a totally different idea in mind. I loved this move f5. The idea was that I had in mind, it was in case of a capture, to go king f6. And then it looks like just beautiful harmony in white's camp. Great king, very, very great king, great rook, great bishop.
And
I
pawn,
thought, yes.
And pawn on e5.
I thought that was over, so king h6 didn't really get my juices flowing as much as the other. And we have this position still, white's in the driver's seat, but is this as clear, Cristian?
No. Wesley So did make some mistakes along the way. Instead of bishop b5 and then rook takes a7 to pacifize the rook on d8, he did take on f7 first, knight takes a4, and now rook takes a7. But c4 could come on the board, and I think it actually did. And right now, black is creating some counter chances with the free pawn on the c file. So this is still not game over. White has the advantage, but it's not going to be a trivial conversion.
Exactly.
I just wanted to point out one little trick, that if white wanted to go, I'm not sure whether it works, no, in the final position.
In the final
if
position.
If one wanted to go e6, just say, I think,
yes, after c4.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Oh, I got a bit excited because I thought rook d5 at some stage, but a rook d5 and a mate on h5.
And Wesley only has
but it doesn't
1 minute.
work. Oh, it does work, actually.
Rook d5. I would probably. I don't have e7 because
king takes f7.
I'd have to play bishop takes g6. Yeah.
Right.
But sorry, Cristian, what do you have?
Well, Wesley only has 1 minute on the clock, so this is going to get fast and furious really quick. And he did play king to g5. But let's firstly go to Leuven with Maurice.
Well, one person who's definitely taking a keen interest in the game between Wesley So and Jovanka is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is a point right now behind Wesley in the standings. And this draw against Magnus, he was trying to get a little bit more. But in this moment, you came over, you said, yeah, rook c4 was terrible. Take us through your thoughts. Why didn't you play rook b3 instead of rook c4 in this position?
Well, I mean, I was mostly considering d5, to be honest. And, well, yeah, e5 exactly was not convincing me because I can give up the exchange, but it doesn't seem to work because there's always rook h7, for instance. Like this line, maybe you give a check first. I never know if that's useful. And then you go rook h7, and, well, maybe white is pressing, but not much. And then I start with rook c4, and after bishop d7, d5. Maybe it's not much, but I felt it's unpleasant. And then, I mean, came bishop h3, I realized. I mean, I don't even have d5 because now black has, I don't know if he starts, maybe he starts with this, and then long castle is very unpleasant. So
you missed this move, bishop h3.
Yeah, and then I'm happy that I managed to recollect and put Magnus under some sort of pressure because he had time issues, and yeah, then around there I thought, like, to a4, I thought I was pressing a bit, but it didn't turn out to be anything at all.
You seem mildly disappointed, at least in the result.
Well, I mean, considering the chances Magnus gave me out of the opening, I mean, my position just seemed to be really huge. I mean, it turns out that not as much as I expected, but yeah, I mean, I was surprised actually at some point not to find a crushing idea because, well, I mean, all my pieces were developed and all these pieces were on initial squares, so.
All right, well, good luck. We hope you find that form in the next game.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, to share sentiment that
Yes.
MVL had an advantage, but Wesley So is doing extremely well after they were in a rook ending where he's got this great active king. Cristian, Wesley So?
Yes, absolutely.
Winning?
Wesley So is cruising to a victory because of a huge blunder by Jobava in the position after King G5. He did play the move Knight to D5, allowing the bishop and knight exchange, and after bishop D5, rook D5, king to F6 came with a mating attack on H7, and White's pawns, coupled with the activity of the rook and the bishop and the king, are just simply overwhelming. And right now he's just completely lost. Let's see how Wesley is going to execute him.
All right,
Yes.
so we have, after the move King F6, the king posting up beautifully, threatening the mating net. We saw King G8, I believe.
Yep, and he
Jovi.
captured King takes G6
With
with
the
the same threat of rook A8 check.
And what happened
And
after
then,
King takes G6?
King G6, King F8, King F6, King G8.
King of
Oh, yes. King back to G8, pawn to E6.
pawn to E6.
This is just game
rook to
over.
C5. Rook check has been played.
Yep,
E7
King
drive,
has
it's
to
very
go.
important to drive the king away, black
And I'm
king away.
expecting the move E7, where...
Which was played, and I expect resignation.
Right.
The pawn is unstoppable,
And there
that's
we
it.
have it.
And there you see it. You see Jobava with his head in his hands.
And another result, Levon Aronian. So the players are continuing to play this incredible brand of fighting chess.
Yes.
Really a lot of decisive results. And boy, they all just came in a gush. They're at the very end. A victory by Wesley So, a victory for Levon Aronian as he snaps back after his
Yes.
disaster against Anish.
And Badur Jobava's game, that really reminds me of what Anish said, about creative players forcing the issue and trying
Yes.
to create creativity from nothing.
Right.
And you saw here it backfired on him. Once again, it was unnecessary what he did.
Yeah, an overly ambitious Magnus Carlsen yesterday goes down to Wesley So, and Wesley starts the day with a victory and increases his lead. Christian.
He is slowly running away with the tournament. He did feel bad after his defeat in Paris. He didn't grab a lot of Grand Chess Tour points. So right now there's a sense of urgency in his play, and he's definitely showing it. Very, very enterprising chess with Rook D7. He's taking a lot of risks. He's not afraid of that. And yeah, right now he's dominating the tournament. But let's quickly look at the end of the game between Aronian and Anand, because we haven't paid a lot of attention to this one. In this position after G4, we see the rook and the bishop coordination against the rook and the knight coordination. But unfortunately, this knight coupled with these two pawns and the king coming to the aid is creating a very, very beautiful mating net. And after rook takes b4, rook to g8, forcing the king on the side, king to g6, king to g3, which I believe was what black missed. And after f5, king to f6, checkmate is coming on the board. And black simply resigned, because after f takes g4, we have the move f5, attacking rook g6, checkmate, and the only way to defend against that is bishop e8, give up the bishop, but this is just hopeless. And Vishwanathan Anand decided to just resign and get ready for the next game.
Wow,
Okay.
lovely
Beautiful mating net,
Yeah, I
yeah.
love those rooks and knights. And let's go to Maurice and our tournament leader.
Yes, indeed, the 2016 Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So, did not acquit himself great in Paris, but right now he's got revenge on his mind. Defeated Magnus Carlsen last night, and today you won this game. Wesley, this was not an easy game. Definitely, Jobava was putting the fight up. What were you thinking as the game was proceeding?
Well, Badur played very well at the beginning, but so if you go up. So if we go on move 6, he plays this c6, d5 IDS. So I kind of knew he sometimes plays this, but I didn't really prepare anything specific. Well, the first few moves, if you go to move 12, bishop, and then he takes on e5, I thought I was just making some normal moves, but I think the opening is very important in a rapid game. To get a good position at the very start of the game is important. So I think I should play bishop d4 here, maybe.
Okay.
And to avoid the double pawns. but the computer doesn't agree.
Well, the computer has its own mind.
Yeah, I thought after bishop d4 I'd have a risk-free advantage. I'll get the pawn back and then have this open h file, put my rook d4, h4. But apparently it's just equal.
Okay, so instead you played knight f3, and then
Yeah,
you took on c3. This very important exchange of
Knight
this
c3.
bishop for this knight.
Yeah, and then I have double pawns until the very end of the game. So I wasn't really pleased with my pawn structure. I thought I had a bishop there, but I couldn't really make use of that fact. And I blundered a pawn because on move, when I played 17 rook d7, this is a forcing sequence, but rook d7 is clearly a mistake because I simply forgot that in the game he takes on f3 with check, and then he gets...
In this position?
Yeah.
In this one?
Yeah, so if he doesn't have this, then I have a very nice position, but I simply forgot that he takes an f3 with check and then just a pawn up. So I have to fight for a draw, but my position wasn't that bad. I think objectively, white shouldn't have that much problems holding a draw, and Badur kept playing and playing for a win. And I think in the end, when he was giving checks, he should just go for the repetition, because even though he's a pawn up, it's very hard to win.
Do you feel that maybe his tournament start told him, I just have to go for it because
maybe
you're not in a good situation, might as well just go ahead?
Yeah, maybe. That's the thing here in a fast time control. You lose a few games and then you want to get back with a win. It's always added pressure. That's why it's not very nice to be at the bottom, as I can say from experience.
Well, you're not often at the bottom, as we know. You don't have that experience a lot. Congratulations on taking the lead, and good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And after these crazy, crazy rounds, I mean, so many decisive games, boy, we are so spoiled.
Yes.
I mean, normally we speak about a 75% draw. And
yeah, that's right, yes.
It's just the flip reverse, Jovi.
I like the honesty. It was an oversight.
Yeah.
So,
well, let's take a look at the results after this round. 14 of the 20 games that have been played so far in Leuven have been decisive. That's just huge.
That's a huge statistic, isn't it? And in the lead, after his victory today, we have tour champion Wesley So on 7 points out of 8. And tied for second, we have MVL, Ian Nepomniachtchi, and a new name, Anish Giri, coming up to 5 points out of 8.
Very nice. And reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik, and Levon Aronian on 4. And unfortunately, Jobava is finding every possible way of losing.
This one will be painful. This one will be very
painful
because he shouldn't have.
No, exactly what Wesley was saying, that sometimes when you're behind the 8 ball and you want to get back, you're taking excessive risks. This ending objectively was a draw, but he had the better of the ending,
yes,
and with the extra pawn. And let's go to Leuven and Nigel Short and Maurice Ashley.
Yes, we are with Nigel Short. Nigel, before the round I said, who do you see for today? And you said Wesley So. And it looks like that worked out, but not probably the way you expected.
Well, it wasn't the smoothest of wins, but do people care whether they win smoothly or not? I don't know. Anyway, he was a bit lucky today, but okay, he stayed with it, and Badur is in bad form. And I know how this is, that you get to the point where, actually only a win will cheer you up. And it wasn't quite there. And
be careful there.
Yes, indeed.
So Wesley's now full 2 points ahead of the field, if my math is right.
Yeah.
He may not have been smooth, as you say,
yeah,
but he's ahead, and he's a good front runner. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah.
When he's in front, he tends to stay in front.
Yeah.
Do you think that in this format, though, we can even start talking like that? Because there's only 4 games that have been played.
There's a lot of chess to be played, so anything can happen. When he blunders a piece in the next round, you'll have a different opinion on things.
We'll be talking differently.
Yeah.
All right. Well, The start, as we've said, it's only game one for today, only 4 rounds in, but plenty of chess left to be played, so next round should be as exciting as they've all been so far. Leuven is proving to be a bloodbath, and we're enjoying it.
Yeah, we certainly are.
So plenty of chess still to be played.
Now, in our case, oh my God.
What is that?
What is
So
that?
this is what I was referring to. Plenty coming up shortly. During the break,
we're
we will
going to-
have the match of St. Louis. You know, forget these.
We're going to have a blitz because of the way the schedule shaped up yesterday. We had this excessively long
We did, yes.
break, and so we thought to fill in the gap a little bit, Cristian and I would play a blitz game here in studio.
Yes.
That'll be coming up, so
Yes.
don't leave us for that. But also, we have a feature.
We do have a feature. We have a feature where we've asked the players how to improve their play, and so let's hear their thoughts before we join. we
epic
watch
showdown.
the epic showdown. Yes, match of the St. Louis.
I sort of remember I didn't do well here.
You came in third?
Yeah, it's a tough tournament. Everybody is a strong player, but I think I can do better. So I'll look forward to the challenge. So because I like challenges.
Last year I tried hard, but I didn't. I think I finished somewhere at the slightly lower half, although I was fighting. Players are very strong. You know, this is the Grand Chess Tour. There are no easy praise here, so you have to fight every round. But I think I'm as likely to end at the bottom as at the top.
Things have definitely worked out for the best in Paris. I mean, in the beginning it was topsy-turvy, and then I found my form. So yeah, I'm hoping I will get the same sensation starting this tournament.
I think I just gotta play my game, take it one game at a time, and remove all kinds of pressure. Not to think about the overall results too much. Again, we're playing 27 games here, but at the same time, every game is crucial.
3 days of rapid, it's slightly more relaxed, but the blitz is going to be very tough anyway.
The rapid and blitz is a very specific sport. You never know before you start in which form you are. For example, I've played 1 month in a row now, 3 tournaments in classical, but I did not have much practice in rapid and blitz, so I don't know what kind of form I have now. So we will see. Yeah.
The field is not only very strong, but also very young. It's very difficult when you are already over 40 to be, to win it. I mean, of course, you can try, and there is always a chance, but since you need a very reactive thinking and your reflexes at some point, are a bit worse, than when you are young. And a lot of energy, it takes a lot of energy.
I mean, you could see from the tournament that just finished in Paris that no lead is insurmountable. Sustaining energy over the course of 5 days will be very, very important. I hope I can get going immediately and have some fun.
Well, everybody, welcome back to our studios in St. Louis. The single most popular form of chess all around the world is blitz chess, what we call 5 minutes. I was raised on 5 minutes. How about you, Cristian?
I was raised on 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment, but I think we're going to have a completely different time format for this one.
You're showing your youth, because we didn't have increments in my day. We had those old big wooden clocks. But anyway, we're going to play a 5-minute game here in studio, a little banter. It's good for filling in the time gap between the schedule of the round. Now, I don't know why. It's not my birthday, but I get white.
Absolutely. At draw, I stay on the board.
Yeah. Yes, and then Jovi's going to come in and take my seat.
Well, good luck, Master Yasser.
Bad luck to you.
May the best man win.
Thank you very much. Okay, you know me. I like my queen pawn.
Do we have?
Uh-oh, you gotta start it. You hit the button. We don't have a starting time.
Is it this one?
Well, give it a shot. That just stopped it, I think. So give it a next one. Grandmasters, as you can see, are electronically challenged. We'll hit every button before we get started.
This is it?
Hey, there we go.
We have 2 seconds in delay, I believe.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're a big Grunfeld player, and we've been playing poolside, And I've been using a different approach, and you
I
haven't...
know what you're going to do, and I haven't prepared
And
against
you
it.
haven't prepared.
I haven't prepared against it.
Okay, so my queen b3, of course, I'm trying to avoid the main lines in the Grunfeld and just put pressure on d5.
Well, I did win a nice game after c5, but unfortunately I'm not going to go into that one.
Okay.
I had some problems.
You had issues?
I had some issues.
No, we've been actually having some really wonderful contests during our break when we're no longer on set. And Jovi has been in there throwing the punches too. I mean, really, she played some great chess the other day against us. Very disconcerting. Takes. Queen takes.
We've seen Grishchuk play this type of structures.
It's become
this
very
tournament.
popular in the modern chess, where black surrenders the center. Back in my day, they didn't like surrendering the center so much, or they avoided it, let us just say. So I am always, I hate that good Catalan bishop, so I'm going to trade it off, not allow you your fun. Uh-oh.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. That one was not anticipated. So you want to discover attack against me, eh? Okay. I'll offer a trade. Make it simple. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
The KISS principle works always.
Keep it simple. I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of my position at the moment.
So
But it's
far,
not bad.
No,
It's not bad either.
No. Don't want to encourage you, though.
So, Yasser, who are the strongest players you've ever faced in Blitz?
Well, in their day, Anatoly Karpov, when he was a world champion, he was really a formidable blitz player. And absolutely the same with Garry Kasparov. I played lots of blitz sessions with both those gentlemen. And I must say, after much reflection, I think Garry Kasparov was the greatest blitz player I've ever witnessed. Okay, so we have it.
Your favorite, the endgame.
Good for me. Let's develop the rook. Still not sure about my king. Is it staying in the center or is it going? Not sure. Back. Force me back. Oh. My spidey sense is tingling a bit.
I like whites. Whites
Come
are very
on,
nice
Jovi.
center.
I love your support.
Yes.
Okay, I ended up castling. Just a little
it's
bit
got
more
nice
central pressure.
Yeah, there's rooks on c1 and d1. What are you doing, Christian? What's your bishop in e6 doing?
Well,
don't alert him to his difficulties.
I understand Yasser likes this type of minimal advantages.
Hey, Magnus has been leading the way. I mean, if it works for him, it's got to work for me.
And the time difference, guys. Christian,
It's okay. It's a long time control. I'm just enjoying myself
old,
here.
I'm slow.
And Yasser has been talking as well. Chat.
Yasser, yeah. You don't trust me too much, Jovi. But you see, I have to solve some problems. I have to solve some issues here.
Okay.
Issues. We have issues.
There's some issues. D5 is coming.
Yes, it is. That's my ambition. Okay, unfortunately, you found a good move. Even the blind hand can sometimes find a seat. The bishop was very good. And the trash talk. Well, Maurice would appreciate the trash talk for sure.
Yeah.
Oh. Look at my bishop.
Yes, Bishop
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, he says, huh?
Hello.
I don't like it.
Christian, the clock's ticking.
Jovi, no more pressure.
Okay,
Too much pressure.
I'll stop.
I'm never going.
that is an ambitious hit.
Let's
hit.
Go, Yasser. Let's go.
Let's go. Ooh, that was ambitious, but you forced me. Looking at that D6 square, and I'm going humana.
Yeah, I know. I know you are. I know you are.
No tactics. No tactics for the kids. Whoa.
Yasser is actually an awesome blitz player. He's been having his fun at the poolside blitz.
Is that a
He's
peshki?
been defeating us
Take
all.
it. I dare you.
Is that a peshki?
I dare you.
And he's
Yasser.
renowned for grabbing pawns.
Yes,
It's nicely wrapped in a gift box.
In a gift box.
Take it.
Yasser, remember what you said yesterday?
What did I say
You
yesterday?
said, maybe I shouldn't have grabbed that. and then you said, no.
I can't fault
You
myself
can't
for
fault
grabbing a
myself,
pawn.
Will.
Absolutely not. Okay, well, there's a lot of temptations in the position, but I tell you what, I'm just going to play it slowly. I'm not sure about my choice, but okay. King F1. So I had bishop c4, knight a7, but I wasn't convinced. I'm greedy, I want more.
I completely agree with you, Yasser. You're a very greedy man.
I am. It's true. It is true. Okay, now that we're there, now it starts to look more tempting. More tempting. Because I got rid of my back rank issues. We take one, and we go. And knight on d5 bothers me.
And you go. Okay.
And we go.
Okay.
Okay. It's getting serious.
Time.
The tension is
like it.
Cristian,
The tension is rising.
I don't like
it's
it.
a minute.
It's okay. It's okay.
You
I
got it
still
under
have
control.
it.
Okay.
I still have it.
It's all
It's under control.
In the interests of
It's under
peace
control.
and harmony,
peace and harmony
I'm
reigns.
hoping
Is it under control?
there might be a chocolate result. Everyone's a winner.
Is it under control?
I wanted more. I wanted more. Wow. Take a pawn, knight c3. That's
So you guys are
not
playing with the
convincing.
delay, right?
We do have delay.
You
We
have a
do
delay.
have delay.
We do have
Okay. Because that
2
was
seconds delay.
the question earlier, if we started with a delay. Usually you should know what the time control is before you start throwing the patties.
That is true.
It's not absolutely convincing what I wanted to do. Not absolutely convincing. Okay. Protect the knight.
Okay. Okay.
Knights love protection.
Here's a nice little blockade. Christian's got nice control over the d5 knight.
Oh.
He,
That was a good move, dropping back. You dirty rat think. I wanted to play knight d6 and coordinate with my rook and bishop, but...
are you playing for a repetition, Christian?
I am.
Yeah.
I am hoping
no repetition, no draw.
repetition.
to save myself.
We have Sophia rules.
I'm trying
Sophia
to
rules,
say-
no draw.
Okay, this has to be taken away immediately.
Immediately.
39 seconds, Christian. Remember, you're going to get into that Zen state. After 2
That
seconds,
Zen
make
state.
your move.
Oh boy.
I'm giving.
Magnus Carlsen would like small advantages.
Oh,
So
rook b1.
let me play for small advantage. 37 seconds.
Okay, guys.
Let's do it.
Speed it up. Speed it up.
Speed it up.
No.
No.
I don't like this.
Small advantage.
I don't like this, Yasser.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Where are you going?
Let's go.
Where are you going? Okay. I don't like you. Go back. Go away. Please go away. Please go away.
Okay, then. Come.
Good move. Good move.
Good move.
And
good move.
so we have 1
all
minute,
retreats are happily accepted.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna have to
Ooh.
hurry,
I don't
you
like
guys.
what you're
what
doing.
just happened here.
Okay.
12 seconds, Yasser.
My spidey
Punish
sense
him.
is tingling.
He's got 12 seconds. You
Check.
can do it. Get that mating net.
Check.
Oh, no! Oh no! Okay.
Winning rook and pawn ending for
I'm
Yasser here.
still not
Oh, maybe
Out
not.
of it yet?
I'm still not
Pieces
convinced.
flying everywhere. Come.
Oh.
Yasser, be decisive. He's
Yes.
got 11 seconds. Come on, work it. Yes, that's it. Get that pass pawn going. And that's... Yeah, Yasser, come on. What is happening? There's an e-pawn.
No.
No.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Oh, yeah. You were close there. You almost lost some time. Okay.
Oh dear. I think I
dear.
blew it just there.
No, you're good. You're good. You walk the king around.
I
Walk it
do.
around. Yes. He's
how
got
do I
5
walk
seconds. Find a way.
Find a way.
Just find a way.
What is that, a strategy? Find a way.
What? Violence.
I'm doing it. By the way, that's an old
showdown is really heating
cheapo.
up.
Is to
Oh, there
drop
it
the
is. Well
clock.
done, Yasser.
I will offer a draw.
Accept.
Hard fought
but
stuff happening in
Now
this
you
showdown.
see why blitz
The
chess.
Romanian defense prevailed once again. Yes.
I think I let it slip away.
I agree.
Nicely done. Why blitz chess is the most popular form of chess all over the world. And we'll be back with the Grand Chess Tournament.
I think the games have
And here, okay, so the games have started. The games have started already, and we can see Levon and Ian in action. So Levon, of course, having had a fantastic tournament in Stavanger, but he's not started so well here in this tournament with one very sad loss against Anish Giri, where he was the victim of some home preparation. So it was unfortunate, and it's a little bit tricky to see the games. I don't have the games up on.
Well, we definitely have the webcam, and again, that playing hall is just so beautiful. Everything about Leuven has been what I would call style.
And we have a
Nice.
matchup in the distance, if you can see the two Vs.
The two Vs?
Vishy Adam versus Vasily Ivanchuk. So Ivanchuk, of course, he committed that. Who is
my
missing?
goodness.
Jobava is missing.
Jobava.
And is there any idea about the fall time, or is there?
That's a good thing. Good question. It's not obviously a loss on the spot,
no,
but I
it's not.
do believe there's a 5-minute issue. If you're not there at 5 minutes, then the forfeit begins.
Yeah.
Christian, what do we have?
Well, we have an incredible opening in the game between Carlsen and Kramnik. Carlsen decided to play 1 f4. This is the Birds opening, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the name of it. f4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, bishop e7, castle, and b5 was s8 by Kramnik, trying to grab as much space on the queen side as possible. Bishop b7, c5. White is going to try to create an attack on the king side, while black is trying to create an attack on the queen side, an expansion on the queen side, grab as much space as possible, develop his pieces and try to exert as much pressure as possible on white's structure. This is going to be a wild game. It's sort of a reversed Dutch. If Leningrad, if white is going to play d3, then knight bd2, c6, going to play for e4. This has the potential of becoming a very explosive affair.
Wow.
Wow.
Magnus mixing it up.
Yeah, so I would have thought that he's still. Oh, MBL is still waiting.
MBL
This is a little bit bad form.
Yes, of course. Where
is
maybe it's a Mother Nature calls kind of situation, but this is very unexpected.
But this is very unexpected.
And unfortunately for Jobava, he's actually at 0 points from 4 games. Let's go to Maurice and see if we can't get some insights on what's going on.
What is happening?
Well, we just saw Jovanka just rushing into the Old Town Hall, the City Hall we have here, heading upstairs, so he should have him on camera in just a few seconds as he enters the room. They were looking for him frantically, were the organizers, and they said they just found him wandering around. He just didn't realize what time it was and that he needed to be back at the board. Very bad form for him to not realize he had a game to play and to lose minutes on his clock. A tournament that has been going very badly for him potentially could get significantly worse as he is just arriving to play his game. Looks like Maxime is relaxed about it and probably going to have a good chuckle over it, but it's not going to be funny for the organizers.
Thank you, Maurice. I understand actually what goes on through a player's mind after you've been, on this slide to the bottom. You're really, really thinking about the games and where you went wrong, and you just lose all track of time. It's just, it happened, and it's very accidental. Thank goodness that they found him, because otherwise he might still be wandering the streets. So we had a very unconventional start in the game of Magnus Carlsen. Let's just look at the game between Anish Giri and Wesley So, because this has been much more conventional, as we've got a Queen's Gambit isolated Queen Pawn position on the board. And anybody who has played chess tournaments understands that isolated Queen Pawn come transpositionally from so many openings, whether it be a Sicilian, a Caro-Kann, a Queen Pawn opening. And here we have this early move A2, A3, which is useful, but it may not be the best use of the tempo. I prefer rook on E1 instead of the pawn on A3.
Right. Well, it is useful. It is useful because often, if you want to be blunt, and sometimes it's a good idea to be direct, to go bishop c2 and then queen d3
and threaten the old checkmate.
And ask black, well, how are you going to...
Right, and the bishop on c2 and queen d3 make a beautiful battery, but then you have to be worried about a fork one day.
Exactly, yeah.
So a2, a3, a useful move, and then black asks himself, what is my bishop on c8 doing? He played the move b7, b6, and now we always have to stop when we see a move like this by Wesley So, because the knight on c6 suddenly lacks protection.
Exactly.
And knight takes d5, queen takes d5.
And now queen c2.
Is the type of question that needs to be asked. Bishop takes h7 is a threat, but more importantly is the threat of bishop e4.
Right.
Now, one thing, I've seen it being played more and more. In the old days, you would say f7, f5 question mark. You didn't want to play f5 when you were black. But now we've been seeing that with today's modern engines, they don't think it's that big of weakness to play f5. So, for example, let's say
it does look ugly, though.
In this position, I play bishop b7.
So,
a challenge.
And let's take it.
Oh yes. How can you not take a pawn with check?
Of course not.
Which was played. By the way,
it was all played.
We already have an endgame on the board.
Oh my goodness,
wow.
Cristian, let me turn it to you.
Yes, so absolutely in the position after queen c2, black played the move bishop b7, as you were mentioning. Bishop takes h7, give me the pawn. King h8, bishop e4, knight takes d4, bishop d5, knight takes c2. Everything is completely forced. Bishop takes b7, knight takes a1, bishop takes a8, rook takes a8. Now, black still has a little bit of an awkward knight on a1, but it's going to go out quite easily via b3 and potentially c5. So for the moment, the structure is a little bit unbalanced on the king side, but this should patter into a draw in no time. White simply didn't find the way for an advantage through this opening.
Absolutely. By the way, given that I would be forced to make a choice, I actually like black's position. I like the structure of e6 versus the h2 pawn. Again, it's an even position, but it's just that this final position, as played out, this knight takes c2, bishop takes d5, knight takes c2, bishop b7. Cristian was saying that the knight on a1 is far, but it comes back into the game.
Right.
But if that knight goes to b3, let's say posts up, I get to play a5, a4. Bishop f6.
Bishop f6, exactly. No,
I'm in happiness.
I was going to say that I also really like this position for black because I have the outpost, as you said, the outpost
B3.
for the knight on b3.
Yep.
It's
all good.
It's all good. The bishop comes to f6, and those weak pawns on b2 and a3.
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't be thinking in terms of moves as such, apart from like rook c8, and but I would just be thinking of terms of where to put my pieces, and
it's easier for black to know where the
Yes.
pieces are going. The bishop's going to f6, the knight's going to b3, the rook's going to c8.
Exactly.
White's, where does his bishop go? Does it go to e3, f4, g5? Does the rook go to d1? Does the knight? Well, okay, but let's.
What?
Yes,
No, that's not how it works. No.
How would things have declared that Yasser has won?
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
On
No,
time.
Yasser would have won
the
on
clock
time.
was redropped. Christian, I mean, we need a judgment. Arbiters
that's
have
not
to
accurate.
jump in here.
Okay,
That's
well,
not accurate.
I would say, in the interests of peace and harmony in the
Of
studio,
course, you're the peacemaker.
Yasser won. Oh.
Oh!
no, just joking.
No.
It was a draw. It was a draw, and let's stick to the chess.
I honorably offered a draw, which was honorably accepted.
Exactly.
Let's go to the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik, two great world champions, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, up against, with the black pieces, in what you called a reverse Leningrad.
Yeah.
And with this move, Queen E1, a move I always liked. It was this funky, when I was a kid, I always liked these hidden, oops, that went too far, H3, G4, Queen H4 ideas.
Yeah.
Usually I did it against a fianchetto, by the way.
Yes.
We don't have a fianchetto on board. Christian.
Yes.
Intriguing position.
Absolutely, very intriguing position in the game between Carlsen and Kramnik. As I mentioned, after bishop d3, bishop b7, White is trying to get an expansion on in the center with e4, and Black is trying to get an expansion on the queen side. Queen e1, very, very natural move. c5 immediately plays c3 to control the d4 square. Whenever you go e4, d4 is not going to be an option anymore. Castle, a4, b4, and we have this position on the board. My guess is that Black is already slightly better because of this unconventional opening by Magnus. He's just simply going to go a5, knight c6. The expansion on the queen side is going to become very dangerous, and I don't really see the counter in the center for White. I think Magnus Carlsen is in a little bit of trouble.
Oh,
Right.
wow. Well, that's a game we'll definitely have to keep our eye on in that case.
Just to expand on Christian's point, the thing that I've always been taught in these Dutch type positions, whether it's white or black, is that you stop e5, e4, e5, e4.
Right.
Right. And if you do that, you have a very comfortable position. So the main thing to do, I've always taught my students that, sometimes you can stop it by a d4, like in this case, and Kramnik has done that by going bishop b7.
Right.
And then expanding
On the
forward
queen
on
side.
the queen side.
Well, another very unusual, we've been seeing some unusual English approaches by White, but maybe one of the biggest novelties we'll ever see in Leuven was the Anashgiri novelty. In this game, Levon Aronian versus Ian Nepo.
Nepomniachtchi, I'll help you out.
Thank you so much. Is with White. He just took on e4, knight takes e4, queen b3, offering a trade of queens, which was politely declined with the move queen h5, keeping f7 protected. But now this move knight d3, and I'm really warming up to White's position. I like the English anyway. It's been one of my main weapons in my chess career, and I like this idea of this knight coming to f4. This pawn center, although it's restrained at the moment, it can get moving, and knight on f4, bishop on g2, two bishops. Levon is going to have to play very accurately, in my view, to keep the balance here. The pressure is on Black. Let's go to Maurice and Leuven.
Well, we have this position with Badur Jabava coming in late, but blitzing out his moves to get to a position that looks like he wasn't late at all because he's made so many moves already in the opening. But one of the things that grandmasters love to see are positions that are unusual, pawn structure that's a bit different, and you wonder, how do you play this position? You don't have hard and fast rules with which to use because the standard pawn structures, like you mentioned, Yasser, where you have the pass pawn, the isolated pawn, isolated D pawn. We know all the ways you can maneuver that. Maybe you have hanging pawns. Maybe you have the King's Indian structure. All those things are pretty well mapped and you know which direction to go in. But take a look at this structure and ask yourself, how do you play after the very important, again, we see this exchange, bishop takes knight, dark square bishop for knight, and then GF6. This structure is interesting. This is not one that you see every single day. And after this trade, take a look at how the game transpired. Rook to G8, looking to create some kind of bind on this file, but G3 stopping that, and now queenside castle. So now where's the white king going to go, you may ask? Not clear yet. We'll see what happens in a couple of moves. Bishop to D3, looking to trade off the light square bishop from the board. Again, after the dark square trade, white's going to look to be strong on the light squares. Bishop to H3, and now knight to H4, not taking this pawn just yet. King to B8, and now bishop takes H7, grabbing that pawn, saying that looks like a free pawn to me. Bishop takes on H7, rook to H8, queen C2. Now you wonder, why did black do this? What was black going after when he played this move? Simply E6. You have to imagine, MVL played this at speed, a tempo. Like, yeah, you got my H pawn. I don't really care. This is the position I'm playing for. And after the bishop dropped back to D3, he just simply cool, calm, rook C8. Like, who cares about H pawn, your pass pawn? How do you play a structure like this? People like MVL make it seem like they play these kind of structures every single day of the week and know exactly what to do. And now the game continued to proceed a tempo. Let me get back to this position. And after rook to C8, bishop F1, trading off this piece, and now knight D4, picking off his pawn, getting his pawn back, queen E2 and queen to A4 and knight F3. And this is the game position now, bishop to D6. They're just blitzing out the moves up to this point. Really curious structure. White has this pass pawn. His king will be on G2. Black has the mass in the center. So a new unusual pawn formation has arisen yet again. And these guys have only been playing for just a few minutes. So fascinating chess in this very intriguing game.
And I love this because, again, it transposes into Akara-Khan structures that I've played a lot. I actually like black's position in that game.
I also.
Yogova is going to be angry with himself for having arrived late. Another fantastic game that I really like going on, Vishy Anand versus Vasily Ivanchuk. I played the Perk virtually my whole life, and Vasil is one of those few players in the elite that do have the Perk, along with Kramnik, in their arsenal. Very fun Austrian attack going on. I played on the white side in one of the last tournaments I played in Barcelona against Pentala from Argentina, and it's brought a smile to my face because Vishy borrowed a page from my book in his approach with white. Take it away, Cristian.
Absolutely, this game is fantastic. The way white is handling his attack, his position. In this particular position, black just played b6. He's threatening to play a6 and b5, start his expansion on the queen side. Immediately, this is a very instructive maneuver. Knight goes to b5. If you take on b5, I'm simply going to take with the a pawn, and I'm going to paralyze your whole structure. Another important idea behind this move, knight to b5, is whenever you're going to move your knight from f6, I'm going to have this move c3 to completely block your bishop. And another idea is potentially a transfer through a3 to c4, one of the most ideal squares in this particular structure. Rook b7 was played, queen e2, blocking this expansion and getting ready to play potentially e5, c4, e5, and so on. A lot of ideas for white, not so many for black. Knight f8, c3, a6, knight a3, knight f6, knight c4 was played, queen d7. The problem is, if you go b5, I always have this idea of knight to a5, you move the rook back either to b8 or to b6, and then I put my knight on c6. Very, very powerful position for white. Instead of that, black played queen to d7, f5, b5, knight a5, finally Vasily got his pawns rolling, but unfortunately, it looks like it's a bit too late. Rook b6, bishop g5, b takes a4, knight draws back to a4, very, very solid piece. I'm going to go bishop c2, bishop takes a4, next two moves, and you're simply not going to have any sort of counterplay on the queen side, while my attack on the king side is slowly, slowly boiling up. White is definitely in the driver's seat.
Thank you,
Thank
Cristian.
you. Beautiful knight, right, on c4. It really stops any counterplay on the b line at all. And I love Christian's idea of bishop c2, bishop takes, complete domination.
Beautiful knight on c4. Let's just jump to the game of Wesley So, our tournament leader, who does lead by a full point. When we left it around these parts, we actually had warmed up to Wesley's position. Let me just click on the position that we had left. Bishop g5, f6, rook takes, pawn takes. At the cost of really ruining his structure, actually. Black has won the dark squared bishop, but this knight on d3 makes a very handsome impression. Always thinking about those fortress positions,
right.
Knight on d3, the rook will come to c4. I actually think that the advantage is turned. If there is an advantage in the position, it's slight, but I would prefer the rook and knight in this case. Because of the structure.
Because of the structure, yes. Normally
Put the pawn back on f5, it's a different story.
Yes, exactly. I completely agree with you. Because of this pawn on g5 doesn't make g4 rather, doesn't make a good impression, and there's too many squares. And I think the knight on d3 really neutralizes the power of the bishop on f6. I mean,
by covering all of these weaknesses, right?
Exactly. Like rook c4 is coming. If black were to try to go rook h8, of course white penetrates to rook c7 with rook c7.
Rook h8 going after, pardon me.
Yes.
That arrow went the wrong way. I mean, going after the h2 pawn.
Yes.
You're right. You're welcome to it. Rook takes, and the rook, as you say, just comes. And
what a beautiful defender the knight is.
It is. So, okay, some issues that Wesley's going to have to solve. Let's go. Whenever Magnus Carlsen is in trouble, we all keep an eye on him. Cristian said, with this expansion, he liked Vladimir Kramnik. I wanted to make the suggestion of takes, and another unconventional move, bishop e3. King h1 was Magnus's choice. So if I'm in Magnus' shoes, what I'm thinking is, I want to control the d4 square. No, revise that. I want to occupy the d4 square, but I want to occupy it with a knight. So I'm thinking bishop e3, knight d2, knight d3, knight d4. Let's see how the game unfolded.
Well, it's a standard thing. I've seen it, bishop on the reverse side, you know, on the true dance, I've seen them go bishop e6, bishop drop back to g8.
Right.
And here you see the same Magnus using that idea.
Right, exactly. So this bishop is actually very nice. It's eyeballing this diagonal, but the d4, c5 squares, and we're up to date with the play. I don't see this as being a major advantage one way or the another, but if Magnus controls the d4 square and manages to maintain a knight there, I'll actually take him for choice, I mean to say. Let's go to Leuven and Maurice Ashley. Maurice, what you got?
Well, one of the favorites to win the event, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, playing sprightly chess. He sacrificed a pawn on h7 earlier in the game. Now he's got this h-file. His queen quickly went over there, threatening queen h3 check. And after h3, the queen posted on g7. And now you can see some sacrifices may be possible on the g3 square. After rook a d1, he played f5, looking to put more pressure on the position. The white king backed up. And after rook h6, rook to d4, a second pawn sacrifice with f4 blasting through on g3. White could not play something like g4 and just create a big weakness on the h-file in the position. So instead, he simply captured on this square. And now the move queen to h7, hitting the h-pawn and also threatening to drop down on b1 with check. The move queen to d3 appeared on the board, and after an exchange, he got his pawn right back, now arguing that his bishop is superior to this knight, plus the weaknesses, definitely a slight edge in the position for black. Maxim, certainly one of the favorites to win the event. So far, he had a big escape, Houdini-like escape against Vladimir Kramnik in round 3, but he's showing that he's a difficult man to beat. If he can win this game, he'll be hunting down one Wesley So, who is looking like he's probably not going to win his position in his game. So very important game for the standings right here.
Thank you, Maurice. And Jovova having a nightmare of a tournament. I mean, it's all going wrong. I mean, whether it's a calm, easy position, he seems to be on the back foot. Whether he's attacking, he seems to be missing his opponent's defensive resources.
Yes.
And it's just gone wrong. However, I love this adventuresome move that Magnus has just essayed. G3, G4 comes out of the blue as the queen on E1 is ready to enter the fray. Cristian.
Absolutely, and I'm starting to prefer white actually because of the fact that he just simply blocked the expansion on the queen side by this move A4 and then placing the knight on B3, very powerful piece. Obstructing the knight on C6, you're forcing him to the defense of the pawn on A5. So the knight on B3 also is ready whenever this knight from D7 is moving to jump onto C5 and create havoc in black's position. I definitely like this piece right here for white, and he is primed for the expansion on the king side while this knight controls everything on the queen side. G6 was played. I think queen F2 we have on the board. Bishop to G7. It seems like white is simply just playing for an attack on the king side, H4, H5, G5, simply pushing the pawns towards black's king. And black, for the moment, I'm failing to see where the counterplay is.
Thank you, Cristian. Yes, it's nice to have an attack for free,
exactly.
isn't it?
I know. I love this idea of G4, H4, put Kramnik under pressure, because they don't often get put under pressure like this, you know. But it makes sense, you know. The center is very stable, and as the theory goes, when the center is stable, the pawn structure in the center is stable, you can start making your way forwards on the wings. So.
Well, I just noticed I hadn't been paying that much attention to it. Magnus is not wearing his glasses for this game. I guess he oscillates back and forth with contacts and glasses.
No, I think
or not.
I would. My prediction would be that, you know, he's a new time glasses wearer, so I think it's very difficult for him.
The glasses are on the table, so no contacts.
So no contact. No, it's just because it's very difficult to adjust to wearing glasses. If you're a new time, you know, you have to. So I think it makes sense and you get headaches and your eyes start to get tired. So I think he just, you know, when he feels like he really needs them, they come on.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that game. Just turning to the game of Ian and Levon. Again, a very unbalanced pawn structure, but I like the two bishops that Ian is nursing. Levon has just played, well, can we call it a Sicilian? For me, it's in English, but it's very, it has a very Sicilian style flavor, the half-open C-file, the extra influence in the center. And just this bishop on B2 makes a great impression. Sorry,
this bishop on B2 makes a great impression, but I'm slightly concerned about the pawn on D3.
Yes, it's a little bit backward.
It's a little bit backward, and if I were black, that would be my...
Your target. You're looking at it. Well, let's see. One of the... I think there's actually a threat in the position, and that threat is that the pawn on E4, E5 is going ahead, because if I force the trade of bishops, bishop takes G2, king takes G2, knight moves. Again, the only thing protecting that C7 pawn is the knight. I'll suddenly capture that pawn on C7. So there is a threat hovering in the position. And Levon, let me just get an update on the position. I'll switch screens. He played after rook C1, rook D8.
He played rook D8.
Because of the D3 square. D3 pawn was, and knight dropped back to D6. And here we have the current position. I prefer white, but it's not that big at the moment. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Yes, I have the game between Anand Vishwanathan and Ivanchuk Vasily. We've seen a lot of developments going on. As I've mentioned, white is simply having a free attack on the king side, while black simply is blocked on the b file because of the knight on c4, very, very powerful knight on c4, also supporting the attack with e5 and controlling this pawn on d6. In this position, after rook a1, white is just trying to bring back his last piece on the king side and ultimately just create havoc around black's king. So black decided to play this move, e5, but this is just simply a blunder, because after a move such as f takes g6, f takes g6, by the way, you cannot take the bishop first, because after queen h7 is just simply a checkmate. So f takes g6, f takes g6, and now I'm simply going to play rook takes f6. We see the powerful combination between the queen and the bishop on this diagonal. If knight takes f6, I'm simply going to go rook f1, and the knight on f6 simply doesn't have any defense anymore. If you go king g7, I'm going to go bishop h6, I'm going to take your rook, and then your knight on f6 is going to fall. So after rook takes f6, rook takes f6 is forced, but now I can just simply take your pawn on d6. I'm going to recapture my rook on f6, and the knight on d6 is just going to be an extremely potent piece. Pawn up, free attack. This is simply winning for white.
Thank
Whoa. Vasil seems to be tactically vulnerable in this event.
He does.
And normally that's not the case with Vasil.
I'm surprised as well his
tactically
opening
gifted.
choice, because they play e4, e5 for a reason as well, you know,
Exactly.
just to allow this attack. But before that, we did have some news, as we saw, that there was a result. Wesley and Anish, right?
Anish was a draw.
It was a draw, yes.
And it was a funny final position, because there certainly seemed to be still a great deal of play when the players made their draw an agreement. If I got the position right, this was the final position, but let me just refresh, because I really, it was a perpetual check. Okay, so that's where we see a perpetual check. And why did he agree to a perpetual check? I don't know. Let's just say after king e2, rook check. Why not king e1? I'm supposing e3, yes?
Yeah, I would guess.
e3 takes...
Wait, I've got to check.
Yes, you can do it on the next turn too. I'm not going to...
Oh, okay, you're not going, yes.
And it's a little bit of an echo of the Jovova game, where the rook and bishop, active king,
I guess the
made
pawn on
compensations.
g4 as well.
Yes, this pawn on g4. Anish didn't want to challenge this position, and so that was why he dropped back with his king to f1. But losing the base, as we call it, the base pawn, that chain that on d6 by Vasil, that's a bad sign.
That is a bad sign.
Turning it over to Cristian. What game has got your fancy, Cristian?
The game between Nepomniachtchi and Aronian, as you were mentioning, Yasser, the two bishops are an extremely potent combination, especially in the middle game or the end game with an open center. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. After knight to c8, knight takes c6, rook takes c6, b5 was s8 by white, a takes b5, a takes bishop b5, rook takes c7. We're clearing up the space. We're introducing our rook into the attack. Now we can see how many unpleasantries black is facing. He has to defend this pawn on b7. He has to defend against a potential penetration on the 8th rank by the other rook. So all of white's pieces are very, very powerful at the moment. The two bishops are lively once again, and black is just in tremendous trouble.
Thank you. And there you have the webcam of that game. Intriguing moment exists in the game of Magnus Carlsen versus Vladimir Kramnik. Magnus has just planted a piece, bishop on the d4 square. Vladimir captured the piece, and it's one of those moments where you would like both pieces to recapture on d4. Your queen looks great on d4, as does the knight. If you could capture with the knight, you're opening the bishop on g2, and you're intimating that you're playing for the attack with f4, f5. I always find such recaptures awkward, because I want both pieces to occupy the d4 square. How would you approach this position, Jovi? Would you rather capture with the queen or the knight?
Well, the queen makes a very nice impression.
It doesn't it?
Centralized, but you're right. I mean, you're right that if I want to play f5, then my queen has no business there on d4.
Right.
If I want to somehow I'm also thinking it's maybe possible to kind of get some dark square grip, like for fixing the dark square weaknesses with G4, G5, and then depositing a knight on G4. Then the queen is fantastically placed on D4.
Exactly. Well, queen takes D4, as you say, makes just this beautiful impression, hitting A7, hitting H8. The bishop on B7 is quite passive for Vladimir, and these are the kind of positions that Magnus just simply excels in.
But to answer your question,
yes,
I would think I'd take with the knight.
With the knight.
With the knight, yeah.
Cristian.
Yes, let's recap what happened in the game between Anand and Ivanchuk. In this position after e5, I mentioned f takes g6 would be a powerful tactical blow, but bishop takes f6 is as good as f takes g6, simply keeping the tension on the king side. And after knight takes f6, rook a f1, knight takes h5, I think this is the current position. No, f6 was played, king h8. If black would have played knight e8 to keep control over the f6 square, I was looking at this variation. g4, knight f4, rook takes f4, e takes f4, rook takes a4. My pawn on f6 is still defended, and I'm going to play the move g5, queen h6, rook to h4, and I simply don't see the way black is defending against checkmate. Instead of that, I think Vasily played the move king h8, and we have this position on the board. But once again, I'm not really sure what happens after a move such as g4. Very simple, knight f4, rook takes f4, e takes f4, rook takes f4. As we see, the engine is dropping a little bit, but from a practical point of view, queen h6 is still coming with a checkmate rate on g7, and after g5, rook h4, this is a hopeless position for black. He doesn't have any counterplay on the queen side because of the action of these two very powerful light pieces. The knight on c4, which controls everything, and the bishop on c2, which controls the entry squares and defends the important e4 pawn.
Yes.
The power of the wedgie.
Exactly.
That f6 pawn wedges into black's kingside fortress and creates powerful mating nets.
And unfortunately, there's a bishop there's a white bishop on c2, because there is one defense that you sometimes have when white plays g5. You can play h5.
Okay, let me just get to that position. Where is it on my board? I think it's all the way at the bottom.
At the bottom, right?
Classic.
So just the classic in Cristian's analysis.
Oh, wow. G3.
G3 was unexpected.
Okay,
equally
so
powerful.
Equally powerful. Bishop D1. And this is a fascinating slow play by Vichy, because what Vichy's saying is this knight on h5 is actually trapped. That given two purposeful tempo moves, g3,
beautiful,
rook f2, I'll just take it off the board. I'm not giving up nothing, and you're just strategically lost.
Yes.
Knight e8, g3,
rook f2, right?
And rook f2 is on white's agenda, and it's just over.
Rook f2, and then when the bishop takes, pawn takes, and you can go rook f5, and it should be
precisely. You go rook f2. Wow. You recapture you capture once, and then the rook comes up, and guess what? Then it's super powerful. The rook on h5, you got that double battery of major pieces on the h line. Another masterclass. We've been seeing this ups and downs, but this is gorgeous stuff.
No, there's absolutely no hurry in Viswanathan Anand's plan, because black is lacking counterplay. And the bishop on d1, he resigned.
It's over.
He resigned.
Yeah, there's just no move.
Wonderful. Bishop d1. It's very rare that you get
this is the classic, when you see a good move, and I must say, Cristian, I'm with you 100%. A good move is g4.
Yeah.
Sacrifice the exchange, get the mating attack. Everybody applauds you. When you see a good move, stop and think. There might be something better. And I must say, the exchange sacrifice likely works, but maybe black could find some defense. But against what Vichy did, there was simply no defense. And this rook f5, beautiful game.
And it doesn't allow this g5, h5 business, you know.
Yes.
But I mean, this bishop on d1, it was, you know, I guess, I mean, it came to it by just asking, what do I want to do?
Yes.
Like, who's in the way? And simply just coming to the conclusion of bishop d1 and g3, like that.
A beautiful controlled game by Vichy Anand. the seal in trouble in this event. He's not gotten off to the start he wanted. Let's turn to the game of Jobava and MVL. When we left it, we liked MVL structure. We thought he was in the driver's seat. Cristian, is that still the case? And can you make a case for Black's advantage?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, definitely Black is still in the driver's seat because of his active rook, because of his better structure, very, very potent central pawns. And White is having some difficulties getting his own expansion on the queen side. Again, the difference between the rooks is extremely important. The rook on h5 is attacking both the h3 and the g5 pawn. The rook on g3 is basically stuck defending those pawns. Black is simply just going to bring his king potentially to the center and then slowly push his pawns. Black is in the driver's seat. It is not over yet. There are plenty of nuances for Black to uncover, but this should go Vashier's way.
Thank you so very much. Yes. And we did see Magnus Carlsen. And by the way, what is the time that's going on here?
Well, Magnus slightly lower on the clock with 7 minutes to Kramnik's 10 minutes. So Kramnik really hasn't had too many problems adapting to the time control. He's been fast. Basically. He's
been fast. So this nice key moment of how to recapture on d4, Magnus answered with the knight.
With the knight.
I think you answered the same.
Yes.
I would have taken with the queen. Rook takes c1, rook takes c1, queen b6, rook back to f1, f7, f6. I actually thought that at some moment Magnus was going to play g4, g5 to hold this.
Right.
Could we call it a dark squared bind? It's not there yet, but after this move f6, Magnus is, Vladimir is keeping e6, e5 on tap, h4. And we have this current double-edged position.
Definitely.
Magnus going for the attack. Now, the highly desirable e5 and recapturing with the pawn to get rid of this knight is clearly met by queen f7 check.
You'd have to recapture with a piece.
Yeah, so the move, if you're going to play e5, you need to first protect the f7 square. But rook e7...
And I can't go e5 and capture with a piece?
Yes, you can.
Well, actually, a different move has been played with exactly the same idea as you guys were mentioning, preparing e5 and stopping the infiltration on the f7 square. And there is just rook f8.
Yes.
Because right now, e5, f takes e5, f takes e5, I'm going to play it and with an attack on the queen on f2. So rook f8 is much more potent than the move rook e7, which is a little bit passive. After rook f8, I was checking the usual move, the very natural move h5, and in this position b3 is a very interesting idea to block these 2 pawns, potentially go for queen b4 or knight c5, knight takes a4 in any sort of endgame. This structure is going to be quite good for Black and very dangerous for White. So I think this is the position we have on the board. Nothing has been played. Magnus is still pondering over his decision whether to expand with h5, but we've seen him press a little bit too hard against Wesley So and actually losing. So this seems to be playing in Kramnik's hands, who is actually enjoying being on the defensive and at the right moment punch back.
Well, that counter punch e5 is severe. I have the feeling that somehow Magnus wrong-footed himself with the move h4. The tempi, or the position, doesn't seem to justify this expansion because e5 is coming.
Yes,
maybe this h4 deserves a reconsideration.
And Magnus found an incredible move, guys.
He played rook f8. He played king g1.
He played the move king g1. Very clever move. Right now, this stops the move b3 because right now I have the move rook c1, rook to c3, and the b3 is going to fall. And with the king on g1 defending the queen on h2, e5 is no longer possible to grab a piece. If the king would be on h1,
this knight would be pinned. So King G1 was played, very, very nice preventive move, and right now is Black who has to find the correct plan.
And can Black play E5?
That's a good question.
This is the...
If you play E5, I'm going to move my knight to B3.
Yes.
And right now I have the blockade, the very nice blockade. This is a completely different story than if the pawn would actually be on B3 and your knight would be stuck on D4, or even worse, forced to retreat towards the king's side. The knight on B3 is a very good blockade piece, also attacking the A5 pawn. So right now Black is having difficulties in a potential ensuing endgame.
Continue the variation, if you will, Christian.
Yes.
After the move knight B3, D5, D4.
Knight takes A5.
Not bishop takes B7, but knight takes
Knight
A5.
takes A5.
Oh.
Now, if you take on G2, I'm simply going to play this Zwischenzug move, knight to C4.
That's a beautiful...
Attacking the queen. Queen has to move away. Queen takes G2, and even if you take my pawn on D4, my queen enters the position.
Absolutely.
Centralized queen is very powerful, surrounding the naked king, and white is definitely on top.
Well,
Lovely.
in actual fact, we did see E5 and knight B3 played.
This is the
on
position
the board.
they have on the board, and my suggestion of D5, D4 turns out to be a blunder, dare I say it. And now Vladimir Kramnik keeping an eye on this A5 pawn. Should he move his queen? Queen C7 may well encourage Rook C1, whereas Queen E6, tickling this pawn on G4, must first...
Of course, Knight takes
you
A4.
have to think about knight takes A5 and snipping a pawn. Oh, Magnus is so cagey.
Yeah,
that's just.
I did like knight B3 because I did wonder. I was a bit confused as to what would happen after E5 and where would he put the knight, because the rook on F1, the rook F1 seemed to be a bit misplaced actually,
right.
Because it's, if Black gets rook C8, then you can think endgame prospects. But yes.
Well, let's just take a look at the other games in progress. Again, our tournament leader, Wesley So, with a 2-point lead, has drawn. The game between Ian and Levon has gone into a bishops of opposite color position, and the last move after E6 by white was F6. And Levon on the back foot, trying desperately to draw, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it.
Yes, so this is very fascinating. I've had a few of these opposite color bishop endings where one side has a very advanced pawn, let's say, shall we say.
Exactly.
But you had a blockade.
Yes. Yes.
Are they easily drawn, or are they...
No, they're never easily drawn, and you always feel like if you don't win them, it's like the one that got away.
Yes.
But in this particular case, there's not enough. You have a great pawn on E6, and even if you were to win a piece, you would end up in rook and bishop versus rook. You're missing other goodies.
Yes.
You need more in the position than what you've got here. And just one line where you could potentially win a piece. This is by no means forced, by the way. I could absolutely improve Black's play. I'm just pointing out that this is not not winning King F7. I think Levon is just fine, and this was a great move.
I was thinking
F6.
more the E7 type. You
Yes.
go forward, you just go
E7,
go forward,
go forward,
go forth, and then you start coming forward with maybe rook.
Oops, sorry. I'm going to go King F7 and blockade. Gosh, I'm in bad form with my arrows today. Sorry. You wanted to play E7?
Yeah, just
E7, rook E8, and I don't see how white's going to make further progress in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So a draw expected in
Yes.
that game. Let's go around the horn. What else do we have? This is the game of MDL and Jovova. For those of you who rook endings are, you must study them. Akiba Rubinstein, and Victor Korchnoi were, to my mind, two of the greatest rook and pawn endgame players in the world. And Akiva Rubinstein has won numerous games where he had this very small advantage of superior pawns, especially the e5 pawn. I saw some real classic examples when I was young. This, I think, is closer to a draw than a win for MBL, but MBL is enjoying the sunny side of the torture at the moment.
Well, one thing that I quite like this move B4, because if you were, say, White were to play, this final position.
Yes, exactly.
So if White were to do something like C takes B4 would not be a great move, because you improve Black's structure.
Absolutely. So
I mean,
protected pass pawns. C3 takes B4 would be a cardinal sin.
Exactly. Yeah. Then you'd have it past 2 pawns, and one thing that struck me is that I never realized how important pawn structure is. The tidier the pawn structure in rook and pawn endings.
Yes. I live for structure because I'm always trying to grab some pawns. But here's the key difference. The key difference is the material is even, and when White gets to play rook h2, putting his rook behind the pawn, the problem is the rook is going to be a little bit passive for Black. Again, I think that Black has the sunny side, but again, I think it's closer to draw. I just wanted to go to Cristian because you got that game of Magnus.
Huge developments in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik. As we were analyzing, guys, King G1 is going to be the winning move, and we always see Magnus Carlsen looking for this type of slowly improving moves. Every single piece of his is playing an important role into his strategy. And King G1, E5 was played, Knight B3, Queen takes F2. A mistake, a misassessment by Vladimir Kramnik, who didn't understand that if you remove the queens off the board, this endgame is just simply going to be completely losing because of the pawn structure and the powerful knight on B3. King takes F2, E takes F4, knight takes A5, bishop to A8. Now we see how dominant this knight on A5 is in relation to the bishop on A8. And very important, the king grabbed this queen, and now the rook is free to move to C1 and immediately take away the open file. Rook C1 was played, and I think we have 2 more moves. Knight to E5 was played. Bishop to F3 defending the G4 pawn, and now we see the difference between the pieces. The rook is going to enter on C7, knight will go back to B3, and then A5, A6, A7. This is just a simple technical win for White.
Thank you, Maurice. And we had a huge blunder by Levon and his game with Nepo. First of all, big edge in time for Ian, keeping in mind Ian is keeping the pace with Wesley. When we left it, we just kind of actually been a bit dismissive. Bishop E7, C5, a move I really didn't consider. I was thinking rook E8 only. Rook D7, well, no problem. Rook E8, let's... Whoa!
Yes.
Not rook A8, because now after captures, this move rook G7.
No, rook A8 was a huge howler. You needed rook E8.
Yeah, and look at this. King cannot go to F8 because E7 comes with the tempo. He has to walk into a discovered attack.
But now it's just a case of walking the pawn down and...
winning. Cristian.
Rook A8 was indeed a huge blunder, but from a practical point of view, the drawing move was extremely tough to find, and that is the only move, rook to F8, allowing this loss of exchange. Bishop takes F8, king takes F8, rook F7, king to E8, and now White's king is too far away, and Black is going to be able to exchange all the pawns and actually make a draw. After rook to A8, bishop takes F6, as you mentioned, this is already game over. White's pieces are too dominant. He has the king coming into play, king E3, king F4, king E5, and that's just going to be game over in a couple of moves. But again, rook F8 is such a difficult move to see with 1 minute on the clock. It's almost inhuman.
Wow. Rook F8. Because if my king is on F8 and my rook is on E8, E6, E7 check,
yes.
I've got no place to move. Let me just refresh my board as I catch up with the players. And we were here when we left it. Cristian mentioned the king is just coming up. It's a mating net.
Yes.
And Black is helpless.
King up.
And this is where we currently have it. Looks like King G5. Is this going?
No, wait. Not King G5 because of Rook G8, right?
Ah, excuse me, Rook G8.
So we have to
first prepare that one. How about just dropping back with the Rook check, King H7, Rook H3 doesn't bring home the bacon. Maybe E7. Put the pawn on E7. What do you think about that?
That was played. E7 was played. C3 was the response of
E7, C3 has been played. Yes. Well, I'm a pawn grabber. No reason to let that guy waddle down the board.
Exactly,
I would just take the pawn and keeping all my trumps on the king.
That was played. Bishop takes C3 was played. Rook C8.
Rook C8.
And after E8.
And it looks like Levon has lost the game after Rook C8. How did the game?
Queen. E8, Queen.
Rook
takes C8. Rook to
E7. How is the win after Rook E8? If
Rook to E7, and this is just
no, instead of Rook C8.
After Bishop takes C3, Jovi asks the question, what about Rook E8? I think the idea is simply King here. And I've got this
King H6.
Yep. No, I just.
And now, how do I
Rook G5, checkmate.
That's it. Simple.
Simple, like truth, as Victor Korchnoi would say. Well, Levon will be disappointed, but okay, I can't fault him too greatly because Rook F8 wasn't the first choice, and it would probably be a desperate one.
Are they still playing?
No, they're just chit-chatting about the position
I
see. What might have been. Well, that was a very big result for our new tour player, Ian, to come in and have such a nice result. Let's jump to the game of Magnus Carlsen because that's such an important game against these two great players. Christian, you think that you thought that Magnus was in firm control. Is that still the case?
Absolutely. This is just simply winning. White is going to play Rook C5, defending the pawn on G5. My threat is to go Rook B5, Rook B6, if you're going to allow me. Unfortunately, you do not have time to create any sort of counterplay. If you go pawn hunting with Rook E3, I'm just simply going to go A6, now Rook D3, A7, and my pawn is going to promote by force. So after Rook C5, Black is simply just stuck. He's probably going to resign anytime soon.
Let's go to the actual game, and there are a webcam shot of the players blitzing up and in. Ooh, with the pawn now on A6, that's it. That's all she wrote.
The rook has to.
Oh, wait a minute. There is a passed D-pawn still on the board. How did that happen? Nope.
Yep.
King E3. Magnus has got it all under control, and Vladimir Kramnik has gone down to defeat.
No, it was a very instructive game by Magnus with King G1. What a fantastic move.
We've been treated to some really good chess, and Magnus will be very pleased with this victory. Could you just show us, Christian, you were explaining how Magnus was going to win it, and I think he won it in exactly the fashion that you pointed out.
No, absolutely. Rook C5 was played F3, King takes F3, Rook E3, King F4, Rook takes D3. You did grab my D-pawn, but now the A-pawn is just running away. A6, Rook D1. I have time to put my rook behind the pawn, not A7, because that would allow Rook A1. And this is a bit more complicated than necessary. Rook A5, very powerful move. D3, King E3, stopping any sort of counterplay in its infancy. I'm going to play A7, King takes D3. And you can put your rook on A8, but unfortunately, that's not going to help you much because these two pawns in combination with the rook on A5 are controlling your king. I'm simply going to go King C4, King takes B4, King B5, King B6, King B7, and that's just going to be all she wrote. Very, very beautiful, instructive, strategical masterpiece by Magnus Carlsen. It all started from this preventive move, King to G1, move number 25. A simple move, King from H1 to G1. Kramnik wasn't able to understand what this move actually prepared the move Knight B3 and fell under severe strategical pressure afterwards.
Well,
So
we've seen a lot of decisive games, but we've got
Yes,
one
we've still
remaining,
got one.
and it's a rook and pawn
It
ending.
is a rook and pawn ending.
Rook and 2 versus rook and 2, but MVL has all the winning chances because his pawns are further advanced.
Exactly, the quality.
The
It's
quality.
the quality over the quantity. Yes.
Exactly. Well, the quality of 2 connected pass pawns
Yeah.
is great. And now we have this position on the board. Cristian, oh, excuse me, we have
Before
Maurice.
that, we have Maurice with an interview with Nepomniachtchi.
Indeed, he's proving to be a giant killer in this tournament after winning 2 games, lost his 3rd game, but drew one Vladimir Kramnik, and now, Nepo, you won this game today. What was your feeling as the game was transpiring? It looked like you had an advantage throughout, but maybe he had chances to draw this game, but practically it looked like you were always trying to do something.
Well, that's a good point. I was always trying to do something, but it wasn't always successful stuff. Well, I believe here in the end, when I went for VC6 F6 stuff, it was the factor of time trouble for Levon, which didn't allow him to defend with all the correct moves, because I believe it still was a draw. So maybe rook d5 instead of the c5, because okay, after c5, rook d7, the position is dead lost. And well, actually, I think that Levon mixed up something in the opening, so I got just some good addition of 2 bishops with some very pleasant pressure, with with some, and which was clearly growing. But well, then maybe I lost biggest bigger part of my advantage when I exchanged all the pieces, and then maybe I could play in a more tricky way because my original idea was to play e6 at some point, and so he cannot take with f pawn because rook takes g7, and he can take with rook because mate on the back rank. Oh, I believe okay, a b5, bishop b5, like this. Yeah, just exchanges, and oh, let's say knight d6, rook e7, 30-second move. Rook e7, knight c8, and here, okay, sometimes I can try e6, and e6 looks very good for me. But, well, no, not here. Here is blundering. Sorry. Yeah, let's say around here, rook b7, knight e7. Maybe here I could try to do something more clever, like bishop e4 to immediately not to allow knight e5. But still, I think it should be somewhat defendable. But of course, it's a difficult task for black to make a draw here. So here, knight never goes active, like g6, g4, and the position is very dull for black. But as it was in the game, well, Levon found some nice trick, g4, bishop takes g3, and then, okay, I had this, let's say, refutation, e6, f6 breakthrough, and I never believed it could work, but finally it worked out, so it's not a reason to be disappointed.
Not to be disappointed at all. Yesterday you were in first place at 2-0. You said, well, tell me what's going on after 9 rounds instead of after 2. You lost your next game, but you bounced back quite nicely with a draw today and a win. Now you're in second place. Clear second place.
Sounds good.
What are you feeling about the tournament right now?
Well, it's still 4 rounds to go. I'm not trying to, make any huge predictions. So still, everybody has to catch up with the leader. So let's wait for the last game of today's day, and of course tomorrow the 3 decisive rounds.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and good luck in your last game.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm always impressed by the Russians. Their English is excellent.
Yes,
He just sounds like a first language user. I mean, very, very, very nice, easy interviews. But wow, has the final game turned decisively into MVL's favor?
Is there any hope for Jobova?
After
all, he is the only player on no points, and it would be nice to see him
actually score, get on the scoreboard. But I feel the quality of Black's pawns is too great. Cristian, do you share that sentiment as well?
Absolutely, Yasser. The pawns are just too advanced, and Black did play rook h1 with the idea to catch this pawn on a1, and White's pawns are just simply going to be immobile, while my pawns, at the right moment, I'm going to be able to play king f4, e3, e2, and then whenever you take my pawn on d3, I have my pawn on a2. This is just going to be game over. I feel the quality over quantity in this particular case matters the most.
Yes, it sure seems to be this case. And let's go to Leuven with Maurice and Magnus Carlsen.
We're with world champion Magnus Carlsen after a very nice win against Vladimir Kramnik. Magnus, this game we were extolling the virtues of this move, king to G1, bringing the king into the game and harmonizing all your pieces and really challenging your opponent to find the right sequence right now. What were you feeling as this game was transpiring? Did you feel like you had it under control, or what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I felt like I was getting more and more control of the position. Then, yeah, I wasn't completely, I mean, I didn't think I was winning or anything, but it looked nicer and nicer. And of course, when I got A5, then that pawn is probably going to be unstoppable.
This kind of pressure you're known for. I mean, do you take pleasure in this kind of chess where you just get that edge, harmonize your pieces, and then dominate with your endgame technique?
I don't think it had anything to do with endgame technique. This was all middle game.
How so?
Because once I got to the endgame, I was winning. So. Okay. And,
so at this point when you played King G1, you got this build up. You felt that you were just exploiting the advantages in your position.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't think I was winning yet, but of course, after the sequence that happened, it looked very, very promising.
This game yesterday against Wesley, we didn't get a chance to chat about it at all, just briefly. What were your thoughts when you played this game? You definitely had a great position, okay position, and then it went wrong. Yeah, no,
I thought I was slightly better early on, and he made some very good moves, and I guess I just missed the boat on when I had to start playing for a draw, and then I was suffering, and I just collapsed. It was just a string of poor choices, to be honest, and of course some good play for him.
Last question. A lot of tournament left, obviously. Long way to go. What are your thoughts moving forward from now?
It was good to get a win now, and also one that was, had some quality to it. So I'm optimistic about the rest.
All right. Well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
That was a mischievous smile. I'm optimistic about the rest. I'm sure you are, Mr. World Champion.
Well, he played fantastically, isn't it? So, Cristian,
I think MVL is reeling home the point.
Let's see what's happening on the board right now. I think MVL got all the way down to probably King E2 is going to be the move, and then D2 E3 is just coming. I really don't see the save for White. Rook E8 was played. E3. Automatic move. D2 is coming. You're going to have to sacrifice your rook for my D pawn most probably, and then my E pawn is once again going to be free to queen. You're very, very far from doing anything with your pawns as White. So this is just game over.
And we just came back to see the resignation
clear
of
view, and there we have it. Warm applause by the Belgium audience for MVL, and that again keeps this high number of decisive games to draw ratio intact.
We've only had one draw, I think, this round, so it's been four
decisive games. Well, we'll take a look at the results and how that affects our standings shortly. But this has just been extraordinary. Jovova going down to defeat his fourth defeat. Excuse me, that was his fifth defeat in a row. You don't understand how really strong this guy is. I mean, in Baku, he had a phenomenal result leading the Georgian team, and his win against Ruslan Ponomarev still. Gets my applause.
But I think this time control perhaps isn't favorable for him, because he has to keep going on with his dynamism, and this time control, it's very hard. I mean,
right. You're looking to create, you take a lot of thinking time.
Exactly. And of course, with no increment and simply a delay, the time trouble situation isn't going to escalate the pressure for his opponent, it's going to escalate the pressure for himself. So, yes.
Very unfortunate. We'll take a look at the standings, but as we get that set up, Cristian, your thoughts of, again, another crazy round of decisive games.
No, we are treated with pure romantic chess. We have a lot of decisive results. As you mentioned, guys, Jobava is an extremely powerful player. He is, at the moment, the vice champion of Europe. So he's the second best player in Europe. And he's still having 0 out of 5 against these top players. Extremely strong event. A lot of spectacular chess. Magnus Carlsen seems to be gearing up into his shape. Wesley So is playing very precise chess so far. So we're looking forward to some more exciting chess to come. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So let's go over to Maurice in Leuven with MVL.
We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has leapt into a tie for second place after this win today. MVL, at the start of the game, you had no opponents. No one was sitting there. So you got a little bit of a chuckle. What were your thoughts when, unusual event for you in a rapid game, nobody's sitting at the board?
It does happen that somebody is not sitting at the board. It just normally never happens here, but yeah, well, I just had to, think about something else, and well, the game in itself was very shaky, and I mean, because Bazo played very strangely at the start, and I got immediately a very nice position. I didn't know really how to convert it, then suddenly it became trickier in the weekend game, which I felt should be winning much easier than I did, but yeah, in the end, I mean, bringing home the bacon is all that matters.
Indeed. This game for you is sort of showing much better form in the rapid than you did in Paris. In Paris, you kind of fell behind a little bit, and then you really came on in the blitz. How are you feeling right now at this stage of the competition?
Well, to be honest, in the rapid, I searched 2+2 at the end of the event, but of course, I mean, I've been playing more consistent, let's say, than in Paris. Still there are a few things to correct, and I mean, with a bit more focus in Paris, my result could have been much better. So I feel like I'm not in the same shape as in Paris, I mean, so far, but I'm more focused.
All right, well, focus and consistency will be good words for you. We hope that continues for you in the rest of the games.
Yeah, thank you.
The idea that these monsters are actually going to be self-improving monsters. I got to get better. I got to get better. I got to play faster. I got to do this better.
Exactly.
It's self-critical, but very impressive. Let's take a look at the results.
Definitely. Let's look at the standings. So, Wesley, Grand Tour champion, Wesley So is still in the lead with 8 points out of 10. And in tied second, we have MVL, Ian and Pomniachi, both on 7 points. Both had very fine wins. Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen are both tied for 4th place on 6 points. And of course, Vichy, after this fabulous attacking game against Vasily Infichik, is on 5 points out of 10. So he's now 50%.
Again, that score of Jobava with no points.
It's a little bit catastrophic at the minute, yes.
Yeah, you don't become the vice champion of Europe if you're weak. Not at all. And let's go back to Maurice with Nigel Short.
Yes, and still we get lots of wins, so we're always happy when that happens, Nigel. We see not too much of a big shake-up at the top.
No.
Wesley keeping his lead. Are you impressed by what he's doing so far?
But he's been caught, isn't he? He's been caught with 2 players just creeping up behind him. So he was pretty steady against Anish Giri, no real problems. But the guys are breathing down his neck.
Absolutely. We see a couple of players, certainly Magnus, we see MVL. MVL first, as a matter of fact, because he's right behind.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah.
This guy's really impressing us.
No, he's a very good. He's an excellent player. I mean, I've suffered playing him in the past, so I know what he's capable of.
And as a first-timer, we see Ivanchuk not doing well at all, Jobava not doing well at all.
Yeah.
But
he's
saying, no, I belong.
Jobava has got. He's shell-shocked, and you don't put shell-shocked men in the front lines anymore. So he's completely damaged and completely out at this point.
Is there a chance he'll lose all his games? I mean, he's just.
It's not impossible. I would bet against it. But when you're in this shape and your mind is gone, actually. So we'll see what happens. But it doesn't look good so far.
No, not at all for those two players. They're going to have to get themselves together. Magnus, on the other hand, just some small, sweet little moves to show the complete harmony in his style.
What I liked about his game in Norway a week or so ago, I was sat at the closing dinner with Magnus and Vladimir Kramnik. They were the two players on my table. And I started asking Magnus about influences, and he began talking very, very positively about Bent Larsen. Bent Larsen, great Danish, Scandinavian player. And Vladimir Kramnik immediately said, oh, we don't study Larsen in Russia because we consider him to be a coffee house player. And it was very interesting today. We saw Magnus Carlsen playing F4, the Birds opening, which Bent Larsen did on a number of occasions. And I'm wondering whether he deliberately decided to play coffee house style against super classicist Vladimir Kramnik, and I'll show you how dangerous coffee house chess can be.
I'll give you a little Bent Larsen. That's a great story indeed. Well, thanks so much for your insights, Nigel. And coffee house chess. Hey, Bent Larsen, coffee house player. That was an amazing chess player.
Coffee house
we'll see what happens next.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. It is not coffee house when it works. And Bent Larsen is actually my chess hero.
Right.
Really. He was a wonderful, wonderful player.
Let's take a look at the pairings for the next round.
Indeed, our sixth and final round of the day.
Well, we have a little matchup there on board. Well, it's the final one. Magnus Carlsen and Badir Jobova.
Yeah, well, like Nigel just aptly put it, shell-shocked. That's a very good way of describing Jovova's mental condition at the moment.
And let's check out...
Vichy and Nod, also a huge game there.
Yes. And of course, let's take a look at the standings one more time. So, Grand Tour champion Wesley So in the lead with 8 points out of 10. Very impressive. And tied for second, we have MVL and Ian Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi being a newcomer, so to speak, 7 points. And Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen tied for 6. We have to remind ourselves, Anish Giri isn't actually a full tour participant. He's a wild card.
And we'll go to Cristian for his final thoughts before we take our break.
The race is heating up, guys, and I'm definitely having my eyes on the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's playing brilliant rapid chess, very practical chess. He's playing fast, he's playing confident, and even in the game he lost against Vishy Anand, you saw Vishy Anand saying how confidently he felt Jan Nepomniachtchi was playing, even in losing positions. So he has the attributes to take this home. The race is going to be very, very hot. Magnus Carlsen, once again, he's gearing up to his usual shape. He wants to prove something. He plays these psychological games on his opponents, and it's just going to be a fun last round of the day.
Thank you, Cristian. We'll take... Sure.
In more exciting news, as we saw in the last break,
was a draw.
It was a draw, but the powers that be has declared Yasser a winner.
Yeah, Cristian hung on for
I have
defense.
Cheating allegations.
Well, we're going to be back on the other side of the break for the sixth and final round of the day of the Leuven Grand Chess Tour. We'll be back on the other side of the break.
See you there.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry.
This is too funny for words. This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. G5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think E5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome back, and it's round 6 of the Your Next Move Moving Chess Stop.
Yes,
the Grand
indeed.
Tour. Yes.
We have been treated to some incredibly engrossing and decisive battles, and boy, in this, the 6th and final round of today's, we've got some great matchups. But
Yes.
here's our current standings.
So, in pole position, we have our Grand Tour champion, Wesley So. And he has 8 points out of 10. And tied for second, we have MVL and Ian Nepomniachtchi, both on 7 points. And also tied for fourth, we have Anish Giri and world champion Magnus Carlsen. And Vichy crept back up to halfway after a beautiful win against Ivanchuk.
Indeed, Vasil and Yogova in trouble here as they're spiraling. But look at these matchups that we have. Wesley So, our Grand Chess Tour champion of 2016, up against 5-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand. There's all the matchups.
And we have Kramnik Aronian.
Yes.
Both guys who had losses in the last round. And Vasil, again, could be a man down.
And I love that matchup, MBL Anish. 2 players who are playing very successfully at this moment. And Magnus Carlsen, well, what can you say? He played a great game.
He played an absolutely fantastic game. Very subtle, with some great, I mean, Maurice joked that it was coffee house chess, but I didn't see coffee house chess as such. I saw some fantastic positional subtleties there.
Absolutely.
And there you go, there you go. This is a Magnus style
Well,
thing. You don't, you know.
Jovi was late for his game in the previous round, and
and now Magnus is going to be late. There you
returning
go.
the favor.
Karma.
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 Well, the clocks have not yet started. We can see in the background there that the players are at the board, just a missing Magnus at the moment. And I tell you, again and again, is it the time control? At these elite levels, we're used to seeing almost a near 75% draw rate, and it's just been the opposite. The decisive games way outnumbered the number of draws. And finally, world champion Magnus Carlsen returning to the stage. Is it the time control?
I think it absolutely is the time control, because first of all, the players aren't used to playing with delay, and secondly, you don't get, with increment, you can build up time, you can find, you know, you build up the time to think about the solutions that are presented to you and the problems, and here, there's no chance. You just have a delay, you have to internally keep track of your extra time.
And the games are underway.
And I think we're probably going to see, we'll see a Grandmaster staple, the Joker piano.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out in a minute. He's keeping us waiting. Yeah, yes.
Bishop c4, Bishop
Bishop
c5.
c5.
And Magnus up against Yogova's King's Indian. And this time g3, not the e4 variation that Wesley played.
And yeah, this is actually, I quite like this system. You know, it doesn't promise a winning advantage against the King's Indian, but it's very stable. You don't have to face this wild kingside attack.
But Jova didn't go for the c6, d5. That's all the rage amongst the top grandmasters. Instead, he just fell back onto the traditional lines of the King's Indian, playing d6 and e5.
But he's actually played at e5 very early on.
Yes, exactly.
And so, okay, Magnus playing queen c2, which is a little bit unusual. I mean, normally they either go d5 and close the center, or they can take the pawn.
Or e4.
Yeah.
Christian, bring you into the discussion. What do you got for us?
Well, we have a very exciting game on our hands between Vasily Ivanchuk and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi seems to be labeled as one of the experts in the English pawn structure, very unbalanced. He likes to open up with f4 at the right moment. But in this case, he's playing the black side of an English. And as soon as move number 3, he essayed this move, h5, preparing h4, trying to get a very, very unbalanced structure on the king side. This is going to be very, very fun going forward. If you go knight f3, I have a feeling e4 might be an option. And right now your knight is a little bit trapped. If you go, you cannot go to e5, you cannot go to d4. You can perhaps go to h5, but after g5, this is going to be a very, very interesting game. Knight f5, potentially d5 or d6, continuing attacking the knight on f5. I'm looking forward to see how this game is going to develop.
I remember I've actually played this variation of the white side. I was very pleased in a game I had. It went knight c3. Let me just bring up that game if I can find it. Dun, 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 dun.
Probably
it's probably up here.
No.
And whoa!
Well, hang on a second.
Look at what happened. I was about to say that in a tournament game I had, my opponent very aggressively marched his h3 pawn up the board. I thought it was hilarious at the time because I just thought that the pawn on h3 was a weakness. I quickly shifted to a Sicilian setup with e3 and d4 and won very easily, I might add. But check out what happened. Vasil, being very clever, played the move d3, asking Black, are you serious? Are you intent on playing h4? The answer was yes. Oh, now Vasil is very happy. Played g4, intending h3 and keeping the position closed. No, said Ian. Take my pawn.
How do you feel about this pawn sacrifice?
I'll take it.
Yes.
But I'm not sure how to feel because this is such an unusual start. And, well, I mean, I'll turn to Cristian and say, surprise, surprise, Barasing.
Surprise, surprise indeed, because right now Black is on the top side. After knight takes h3, a potential move, grabbing that pawn. I know you like to grab pawns, Yasser. I'm simply going to play the move d6. And how are you going to defend the pawn on g4?
Precisely.
You definitely don't want to play f3 because of rook takes h3, bishop takes h3, and now queen h4, queen takes h3. This is a winning advantage. So after h3, obviously Nepomniachtchi is still in his preparation. I think we have another move on the board. Bishop e4 was played, but now I'm simply going to play d6, once again attacking the pawn on g4, and then at the right moment I'm going to play either g6 to block this bishop from coming to f5, and then knight to f6, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn on g4. This doesn't look like a healthy formation for white.
No, I agree, but just to continue that line, because it's all looking very forcing. There was the move g5 after d6. That was why I think Nepo was, and look at Vasil, he shot a glance at his opponent. That was why knight f6 was tossed out there on the board. And let's go to Maurice and Leuven.
Let's see what he has in store for us.
Well, if you lose 5 games in a row, who don't you want to see in the tournament? Well, obviously they're all strong, but you certainly don't want to see one Magnus Carlsen, especially one who feels like winning this game is going to bring him right back near the top of the tournament standings. And so I could understand when I saw Jabava in the hall downstairs just pacing back and forth, talking with his friend in a very animated fashion. It felt like he was disgusted with his play. You could just see the way he was angry about what was going on in the event so far. Certainly a super strong player, but not showing his great stuff yesterday or today. And now yet another situation has happened after he traded on e5, on d4, bishop takes. And now in this position, Black is controlling the move e5, and White would someday love to play this move. It takes White some time to execute a move like e5 in the position. There's pressure on the d6 pawn that White could potentially go for, but it's going to be more of a slow pace for White as he builds up his spatial advantage. But now Jabava just played this strange move, knight to c5, and instantly you have to ask, okay, e5 is always a threat. What are you going to do about e5? I mean, after all, e5 happens, you can't take it, let's just establish that, because you drop a piece. So that's a given. So e5 means you can't touch this pawn, your knight has to move, capture is going to happen, the whole center is going to blow up. What does he have planned here? Now, he may have something like bishop to f5 planned, looking to get into the d3 square and seeing if there's some tactics there. But remember, his knight is hanging, this pawn is hanging, this piece is hanging. There could be tactical sacrifices that happen. For example, if the queen just moves out the way, like queen c1, for example, and as I'm moving, this is exactly what's going on in the game. Magnus has played e5, bishop f5, queen c1, and now Jabava in some kind of trouble, because how is he going to save material? The knight's hanging. If this knight drops back, then all has to happen is takes, and you can't capture the pawn back because of the very simple bishop takes, and your queen's hanging. E5 is not a move that Jovanka would ever allow in any situation for himself, in blitz even, because E5 is just always the move you have to control. The fact that he's allowed it now, Magnus just simply played it like, hey, what's going on? Stunning, as Nigel Short described, shell shock. Shell shock for a player of this level to allow this move on the board is just simply unbelievable. And I'm shocked as well to see it, but unfortunately it looks like Badur is just going from cliff to cliff, or falling down a cliff right now, as everything wrong is going. The wheels have come off in this player's game.
Exactly. Right. It's the death spiral, and I've seen it so often in top-level tournament games, especially when you're wearing the target on your back, then everybody starts looking and saying, there's my point right there.
Yes.
And Jova is the man. And he's a great player.
Look at his universal rating, 2703. But it's very surprising. E5 is like the most thematic thing that White is looking for.
Absolutely.
It's
and just
absolutely
to allow it.
shocking that he allows it. Like this, unless there's some tactical possibility with, after Queen C1, say the final position that we saw, maybe there's some knight coming into but it's just,
I don't see it. I'm looking at knight d7. I think he's just basically pitched a pawn, and he's hoping that in a position like this, that it's blockaded and maybe you can win it back. On a very good day, you get to play knight d3, knight c5, put up some token resistance. But this is actually a very healthy pawn for White.
Yes, and the queen is actually very well placed on c1. It
protects
on b2 and ready to go to... Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So big trouble occurring early in that board. Magnus looking great. We have, let's go to the game of Wesley So for a moment, because that is everybody's favorite Berlin. These days, after the D3-C3 treatment, D7, D5 has become the standard for black. And Vichy showing that he's very up-to-date in his opening knowledge. Always has been a great opening specialist, by the way. That game well underway, still in theoretical channels. I'm going over to the other very important game between MVL Anish Giri. Once again, we have a Joko piano from the start, bishop c4, bishop c5. All of these moves have become very popular, extraordinarily so, on the circuit, and the players have quickly gotten themselves into almost a routine position.
Yes.
Continuing our walk around the stage, we'll go back to this remarkable game between Vasil and Ian that just was so unorthodox from the very start. I really did like this move, h3, very much. I mean, cheeky, isn't it?
Cheeky,
and if you think that was cheeky, how about this one? Bishop e7.
He doesn't even recapture, does he?
He doesn't.
He throws in the check first.
So that he can recapture with the queen and bring his queen into attacking position. By the way, this pawn on h3 survived. It's trek up the board, and it's stuck in the throat of White's position. Let's get caught up with the play. The players have reached this position, and I'm not saying that Ian has an advantage or anything like this, only that whatever gamble or risk he was taking paid off.
Yes, and he has the
nicely.
bishop there. He's got king safety, which is something that White is pretty safe, the king. But it's not entirely happy, I think.
No, I'm not sure. I'm certain that Vasil will not be satisfied with his, quote, opening advantage as White, because I don't see much of an advantage at all. Christian, your thoughts?
There's no advantage for either side. It's just a completely crazy game, and whoever is going to essay the more creating, the better ideas is just going to win this. Black has the bishop pair, but the structure favors the knight at the moment. The center is closed, and White could potentially essay an attack on the queen side with b4, b5. Very important to open up this bishop on f3. Black's bishop are still a little bit restricted. So I'm not seeing the initiative in Black's camp. And let's say you're going to withdraw with your queen on h6 and then play something like bishop h4. That's okay. I'm going to retreat on g1. And at the right moment, again, I'm going to swing back with the rook on g3. And that h3 pawn is always going to be a slight weakness. The king right now is, if we update the board, we see the king quite safely in the middle of the board because of the fact the center is still closed. And once again, b4, b5, I'm going to try to open up the light square bishop. If after b4, b5 you're going to choose to play c5, that would be a terrible strategic mistake because you open up my bishop, the d5 square is going to be very, very weak. And we have potentially a strategical masterpiece if Vasily manages to exchange the right pieces and enter an endgame with, let's say, a better knight against a bad bishop on e7. So still a lot of play left, but this has the potential of becoming an explosive game at any moment.
Thank you, Cristian. And I really must say I'm in admiration for the players. I like this idea of white. I know it looks very funny to create a battery on a closed diagonals, just as you might double your rooks on a file that's closed. In this particular position, this idea of queen h1, it really does appeal to me. Don't ask me why. I like this idea very much of playing b4, b5, trying to knock this pawn on c6 away from its protection of the vital d5 square. And by putting my queen on h1, I'm really reinforcing the threat of b4, b5. It's a funny move. The white king in the center looks strange. And from Black's point of view, if white's going queenside and with the center closed, Black is going to be aiming especially for the moves f5 and e4.
Right.
If Black can get in that break, well, then this bishop on e6 is in prime position to capture this pawn on c4 with a check and harass white's king.
Very dynamic, you know.
Double-edged
Very
position.
double-edged. You know, b4, b5 looks very English-like, and
yes,
I do really like f4, f5, f5, and then e4.
This, for me, is chess at its best, at the finest. It's the battle of ideas, and that's what it all comes down to. I'm challenging you with my ideas. You're responding and saying, no, 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 I'm the one in the driver's. I'm fighting for the initiative, and I'm looking for explosive action to go on it in that game. Oh, we just had a... Well, I'm going to have to refresh my board to catch up with the players, because I just saw a trade taking place over there. And how did that happen? Okay, we're going to go back a few moves. Queen a5. Different approach by Vasile. I was advocating for queen h1. Queen a5, give me the pawn on a7. No, a6. And the knight jumped to d5. Taking advantage of this pin that is occurring on the a4 diagonal. Black's king moved to the side. Knight takes e7, so queen takes e7.
He's disregarded Cristian's advice, because Cristian's advice was to get a strong knight versus a bad bishop.
Right.
And how he's exchanged off the dark squared bishop, which Cristian mentioned that it was very weak.
But if white was fearful of the f5, e4 break, one of the things that white can do now is to shut out any possibilities of f5 with a move g5 en passant. Not sure that is actually the best.
But then maybe I will switch to d5.
Right. So, again, the battle of ideas in full swing. Cristian, what do you got for us?
Yes, this is definitely developing to be a very, very slow, potentially explosive if the center opens up. And Black just essayed this move, rook h4. I have a feeling the idea is to play bishop f5 and then threaten the move e4 and blast open the center. If white decides to play e4, then I'm just going to withdraw my bishop back, and then your bishop on f3 is going to be locked forever. But we have some very, very important development in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Jovanka. We've seen after queen c1, this is where we stopped. Knight f2 e4 was played, e takes d6, queen to b6, but we see the queen on b6 on another pin. d7 was essayed, very strong move, and after rook d8 in this position, we can just simply take, and now we're going to attack the supportive bishop on f5. The knight on e4 is not having a lot of support behind him, and tactically this just looks almost losing for black. So Jobava in dire straits against the world champion, who is cruising for another important victory.
Okay, but in that position, you know, Cristian, the position that you reached on the board, you know Jobava is a headhunter, and he's going to play knight takes f2.
Knight takes f2.
Yeah,
okay.
you know.
The knight takes bishop
I'm going to
check.
take this guy.
Exactly, I have to recapture.
And then I think I'm going to throw a check in.
Yes.
I have to drop back to say f8 or h8. Not sure.
Let's go to h8.
Yes.
Queen f6, king to g8.
And the knight on f2 is still taboo. Still
Yes.
taboo. Oh, no! Knight,
Boom.
Killer.
Boom.
A
Pins
killer
all
blow.
over the board. Pins all over the board. And we see this queen on b6
That's
is
a beauty.
very, very much displaced. And after knight d5, knight d7 is coming with a checkmate. The knight on f2 is looking beautiful, but it's not really doing much. All you will be able to do is grab an exchange at the right moment. Unfortunately, in the meantime, you're going to get checkmated after queen a7, knight to e7, king f8, and I can simply go queen h6, king takes to e7, queen to d6, checkmate on the board. I don't feel Magnus is going to have any difficulties finding this type of tactics in the position.
When it rains, it pours, truly. That move, knight d5,
Yes.
you know, just taking advantage of this queen on d6, vulnerable
So
queen.
has this been played or?
No, it hasn't been played. It looks like it's about to, but let's go to Maurice
Yeah.
in Leuven. Maurice.
And yes, that line looks crispy enough, but obviously if you have the help of engines, it's easy to see all those moves. Magnus doesn't, and although he is a machine himself, he does make some small mistakes in his games. And in this position, bishop g7 was purportedly the best move, but those tactics he might have decided, I don't want to go for those lines, and instead he played knight takes on e4. This is not as crushing as the other lines, although it does give an edge. Black can now take on d4 and clean up this problem along this line, and it's exactly what Jobava has done. And now the best move, rook takes d4, we'd expect to happen. Now bishop takes e4. This pawn is still present on the board, but at any second it looks like it might be rounded up, but not quite, just not quite. So if White can keep this tension here and keep the pawn on the board, then he should be fine. But that gigantic edge, a second ago it was gigantic, crushing, dominant, over. Now it's, okay, bad for Black, but not as bad as all that, and maybe he'll survive. Well, the way things have been going, Jobava hasn't shown any great survivor skills, but he's just getting given a little bit more rope, just a little bit more rope to hold on to. So we'll see whether or not he's able to make any kind of fight against an unformed champion who's definitely looking to bring home the bacon in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, that move, knight h4, a clear miss, we would say. Looking at the game of Vladimir Kramnik versus one of my pre-tournament favorites, Levon Aronian, who came in so hot, winning two huge tournaments, Genk and Norway, back-to-back. He's up against Vladimir Kramnik. They both lost in the previous round.
Right.
They're looking to get back into form. This, of course, comes again from our everybody's favorite Joko piano, and a typical structure that might arise. With this king on h8, this looks like an attack that failed. The king is usually on g8. You play king h8 because you wanted to get in f5.
Right?
There's no f5 on the board. It means that Black wasn't able to achieve what he desired. On the other hand, what do we got, Jovi?
Well, we have, White's got these two weak double pawns. Let's call them double pawns. B3.
Let's call them
Let's not call them weak. I don't want to.
Right.
I was because of the open C line. This is
Yes, the half open C line.
There is some pressure going on there.
Right, so definitely Levon will have to deal with that.
And
he's got a bishop for his troubles.
Yes, he's got a bishop for his problem. I don't see a great diagonal for the bishop yet.
It's there. That is the diagonal, whether you like it or not. That's the best one you've got in the position.
No,
so let's just say that from Black's point of view, development makes sense. Bishop d7, challenge, what you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Rook c1, looks reasonable. e5.
e5. is appealing, but
you can push my queen along the 6th rank. I'll
Right.
probably go queen h6 after e5. Not eager to invite white's knight to hop into the game.
I mean, I think rook c1 would be
Rook c1 looks like a very
natural
appropriate
move.
Yes, eyeballing this pawn. Now, when I play the move c7, c6, it has consequences that I don't want to face right now. I want to encourage you first to force me to play the way. I want your rook on e3 to go sideways.
Right.
So I'm going to play rook c8 and just hold the position as best I can.
Okay, and I'm going to force it.
You're going to force
I'm
it.
going to force it.
There you go. Now let's go back to Maurice as we're playing forcing chess. Maurice in Leuven.
And Magnus is playing forcing chess as well, as his opponent took on e4 with the knight instead of with the bishop. And it doesn't take much for Magnus to realize, hey, wait a minute, this guy is protecting this guy. What do we need to do? First move to consider is this one, g4. And Jovanka, if he moves his bishop, he just loses a knight for no reason. But he did have a point, c5, attacking the rook. And Magnus is pausing here. At least my transmission is not coming through. So wonder if he did see c5. Hard to believe he didn't see this move. And I'm sure he's just checking his calculation, because now he can just drop his rook back, apparently, and leave this problem to black. And he has played rook back. If now bishop takes pawn, suddenly the queen leaps into the game, queen to f4. And this knight is looking very bad, very much corralled. Black has to do some desperate things, because if he just tries to drop his knight back, then suddenly rook d6 appears, and that's going to be all she wrote. So a real challenge, and this is on the board now. Bishop takes d7 is on the board, as is queen f4. So he was just checking his calculations, finding the moves with just machine-like efficiency. Is Magnus giving away his d-pawn, but knowing now that there is a bigger food that he is about to fry, and it looks as though this game is not going to last very much longer, as Jovanka should be losing a piece in some line. And I'm being told that Magnus has his glasses back on, which I remember when Garry Kasparov, whenever we saw Gary put his watch back on, if he took his watch off, he was getting to work. When he put his watch on, it meant this game's over. You don't need to look anymore. Magnus, maybe start a new trend, put the glasses back on. We'll see if we can follow that pattern in his future games.
Thank you, Maurice. One of the things I didn't understand or appreciate when I was beginning chess, and I'd been in the game for a couple of years, I understood a material advantage, but one of the things I really didn't appreciate enough about holding the material advantage is giving it back for the initiative.
Yes.
And that's basically what Magnus has done. He's traded his extra pawn that was on the d file, d6 and d7 pawn, to post his queen nicely on f4, bring his knight into the game, and he's Jovanka, he likes to be the one with the initiative, and he's on the back foot.
No, he's on the back
so
foot with
nice
his
play.
awkward knight.
Yeah. Nice play by Magnus. Maybe he missed something even cleaner with knight h4, but he's definitely in the driver's seat. I like his position very much.
I think we're going to expect a 1-0 for Magnus.
Yes, indeed. And where would you like... let's go to Cristian, who hasn't been with us for a while. Cristian, jump back in here, will you?
Absolutely. Let's go to the game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Nepomniachtchi. We've seen some exchanges on the board. Black tried to get rid of White's defenders around the king. He exchanged all the bishops. And right now, unfortunately, he is a pawn down, so he has to do something immediate. One move that he could have essayed was d5, but after c takes d5, queen takes d5, rook takes c8, rook takes b4, a takes b4. This should have been potentially a draw. The rook is going to take on h3, but in the meantime, black is going to be able to find the perpetual with the queen. Instead of that, instead of d5, which would have forced an almost immediate equality, he played the move rook to g4. But right now, after rook takes h3, rook takes g5, rook goes back to g3, I am still a pawn up, and I'm not really sure if you do have enough, well, actually you do have definitely enough initiative, but whether that's going to peter out very, very quickly and evaporate, we're going to see.
Thank you, Cristian. Looking at our tournament leader, Wesley So, is up against Vishy Anand, and they're in an ending, but We always talk about space. I love space. Everybody loves space. White has some nice spatial advantage on the queen side, but also we talk about space and the responsibility of the space.
Right.
White has pushed his pawn aggressively over the queen side, but now this knight on b6 is really making it very uncomfortable for White. And if you ever have to capture this knight, bishop takes b6, takes on b6, the bishop is coming out to c5. I really like the way Vishy has played this game. He looks to be doing very well, having the comfortable side of the position, in my view.
Would you say that taking the knight with the bishop is practically, well,
it's going to be
happen.
required down the line. There's
no
question that it's going to happen down the line. After, for example, knight here, bishop here. White's not losing or anything like that. It's funny that I like the rook and bishop versus the rook and knight. Even in these positions where there's a good light square blockade going, I think Vishy's doing very well. But that's going to be very important for the tournament standings.
It is good, yes, definitely, because Wesley So is our leader, of course.
Exactly. Let's go to other games that are ongoing at the moment. We have the game between MDL and Anish Giri. Ooh, this looks quite nice for Anish. First impressions. This pawn on c4 and e4, you always, whenever you have those types of pawn structures against e5 and c6, you always look to see if White has a light square bishop.
Yes.
Because if he does, it's an ugly beast.
But it's a good defender.
Bad bishops defend good pawns,
exactly.
Right? Yes. But having said that, I like Anish's position. Cristian, your views?
Yes, your feeling is definitely accurate, because as we see in this position, the structure is symmetrical, but the difference between the pieces is definitely in Black's favor. He has the much more active bishops, he has the much more active knight ready to come to f4 and create some havoc in Black's position, in White's position. In this position, White played queen to d2, but now queen takes d2 is an option, and after bishop takes d2, I'm going to take on b5, and now this move a4. If you take bishop takes a4, after bishop c4, you can see your bishops are defending, my bishops are attacking, your king is very far from the center and is not going to find its way very quickly. Knight f4, knight e2. My pieces are coming very, very quickly, while yours are still extremely passive. This is going to be a very difficult defense for White if Black finds queen takes d2 and all those forced variations.
Thank you, Cristian.
It does look a little bit unpleasant. I'm not sure whether it's a win.
Right.
This is the next thing.
Still early.
It's still too early for that, I feel.
Right. Still,
and by the way, he played
position.
queen to c7.
Okay.
Comfortable position for Anish. It's heating up across a lot of boards. I'm looking at the game back at that great clash of ideas between Vasil and Ian. And you say Jan. Why don't you say Ian?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Okay. And Vasil, for the moment, he snapped a pawn.
So did he capture on h?
I think he's about to. He's still considering a situation.
Because it was interesting. When Cristian was showing his lines, I was
rook
interested. Rook takes h3, rook takes g5, rook g3. Okay, so obviously I'm not going to take capture. That's just too accommodating. So I'm going to go rook h5. You know,
exactly.
Hit that weak pawn.
Eyeball the pawn on h2.
Yes.
I'm going to eyeball the pawn on d6 because, quite frankly, I don't have anything else to do, actually. And I like pawns. So I'm inviting a trade of pawns. Rook takes h2, queen takes d6. And I feel that Vasil is going to be happy about that trade.
So I have to do some rooks. I would have to do
rook c8, rook c6, not too sure either. What do you reckon? The problem is, if you play rook c6 in order to defend...
It's ugly, but...
Well, the rook is actually kind of hanging in midair, and a move like queen e8 to defend it, I'll start, looking at counter chances over here. Well, I think Vasil, White, that is to say, extra pawn is making a stronger impression than the compensation. Shall we continue and look at some of the other games going on? This is
back to Magnus.
Magnus and Jovi. Magnus is looking good, and the
so is there a move?
Is about the same.
The only thing I can think of is bishop c6.
Me too. It was pointed out by Maurice that knight f6, rook d6 is game over. If you play bishop c6, Christian, I think there's a snap, crackle, and pop to be had.
No, absolutely. This is game over. The best move the computers are offering is knight takes f2. But if you have to play knight takes f2, you might as well just resign the game. Because my king, despite the fact that is on f2, is very safe because of the protection on the dark squares by the queen. So if you do play bishop c6, the problem is I'm going to play this move knight d5, attacking the knight on e4, attacking the pawn on f7. And again, it's the difference between the pieces. The structure is symmetrical, but then you have to analyze the pieces. Mine are very active, mine are primed for the attack, while yours are just hanging in the air and trying to survive. This is just game over, and Jobava knows it. He's trying to find the complications, but they're simply not there.
Exactly. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, it's difficult to get in the minds of the players when we're doing commentary, even though, you know, we try to pretend that we know something about what's going on in their heads. In this position, I'm really fascinated to know what was going on in the mind of Levon Aronian. You look at this position, white has the center. Center is basically the starting point of all strategy in chess. There's two pawns in the middle, and black is containing it. Now, white's main break is e5. White's going to look for e5 in some way, shape, or form. If white ever plays d5, let's say c5 happened in d5, white's still going to have to play e5. e5 is essential break in this position. Black could wait it out because e5 is not like the end of the world for black in this sort of position. It's just that black is one for space. He's controlling squares himself, but white is controlling the middle of the board. Now he decided, instead of playing a move like queen g6 and waiting around, that he would play his break, c5. An interesting move, c5 attacking a knight, somewhat unusual for the structure, leaving this d-pawn backward, but he decided to press in this moment. Now, Kravnik said, no problem, I drop my knight back. If you take, I just take back. This d-pawn gets under fire. So queen g6 only now, and now the move queen e1, waiting yet again, one more tempo, waiting move for Kravnik, maintaining the tension. A very important principle my former coach, Gregory Kaidanov, used to say, maintain the tension. Don't just trade. Keep the pressure on as long as possible. Let the other guy blink. So now it is up to Levon to find a move in this position. After this move, d4, it looks like though a move has been played. Let me get to that. Oh, and look at this. To talk about maintaining the tension. As we get to this position, queen e1, another move, h6. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to wait for you to make a move as he continues to try to maintain the tension here. Both sides playing cat and mouse in this position. Very dynamic, obscure type chess going on with nothing obvious. No like, oh, I just play e5. No, I just play d5. No, I just attack you. Not there. Can they keep this up for long as their clocks are ticking down as well? The most rambunctious pawn formation still left in the position, the most contentious one still left in this round so far. So one to watch as these two heavyweights slug it out.
Thank you, Maurice. Very cagey play by both players, but I do like the space in this game, Vladimir. I like playing d4, d5 in that position that Maurice was talking about, because that queen on e1, you know, can reach out of its crypt, play to a5 to attack the knight, and also knight c2 to a3 to c4.
I quite like also the keeping the tension, as Maurice mentioned, because it's very natural to kind of...
I always thought that this was one of the great gifts, and he was such a talented player, Anatoly Karpov had, was finding those little weaknesses in the position and also keeping the tension. So I was just saying that after this move, h7, h6 makes luft, makes sense. I was going to toss out... Oops, sorry. A new move had been played. Sorry, rook d1.
Rook d1. I like rook d1.
I was kind of aiming for, you know, by the way, it was the Vladimir Kamenik versus Vichy.
Yes.
Forcibly reminded, rook d1 was Vladimir's choice, and it looks like a very attractive move as well.
Also, we can also throw in some moves like queen a5. Force that knight back to
yes. Yes. And the queen, of course, had come back to support the rook. Now that the rook has actually sidestepped the c-file, queen a5 is on tap. Right now, there's this bishop on d7 vis-a-vis the rook that doesn't want to get in trouble.
And one small point, I think, that black can't play bishop takes h3, which
yes, very
maybe
important
there's
point.
a few people going, oh, hang on a second.
We've got knight h4 that attacks queen, defends g2, but this is the big oopsie-daisy point. The rook swings across to pick off that bishop, and that would cost a piece. Although, well, queen g4, rook h3, rook e4, never mind. It's a piece. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Yes, there are some recent developments in the game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Nepomniachtchi. This is the position we left out. And after rook g4, we were considering rook takes h3, which I thought was the practical decision, just to eliminate that very dangerous pawn on the h-file. Instead of that, Vasily thought for a while and played this move, queen to b6, preparing the king's march all the way to b4, keeping pressure on the d6 pawn, attacking the a6 pawn. But after rook takes g3, f takes g3 is forced, because if you take with the h pawn, then this h pawn becomes extremely important for black. And after queen g4, king d2, I'm simply going to grab this pawn. You cannot take on d6 because of rook d8. And slowly my pawn is going to push down the board, coupled with the action of the rook and the queen. This is just going to be game over. Instead of that, Vasily did take with the pawn from the f-file, and after queen g4, king d2, queen f3, this is the position we have on the board. Rook e1 was played, and queen e8 was s8. This is a bit of a strange decision by the Russian. Why would you want to take your biggest, your strongest attacker from around the king? Instead of that, I would have played queen g2, rook to e2, queen to f3 or queen to e4, and try to keep my queen around your king. Instead of that, he played queen a8, and now if Vasily finds this little trick with e4, rook b8, the queen draws back, defending the b3 pawn, you blocked the action of the queen. Then I'm going to play king c2, defending my b3 pawn, rook d1, and slowly I'm going to activate my pieces. My king, after e4, is quite safe. So I'm not really sure if Nepomniachtchi missed this or just thought that the assessment in his favor. But white is doing good.
And Vasily has found your idea. Maurice and Leuven. Maurice.
Well, a big development with the game with our leader, Wesley So against Viswanathan Anand. This is huge. What just happened? This position, Anand just had under control. Optically, this position looks good for white because the knight is on c4, the pawns are all on light squares, his bishop looks meaningless. But the problem is this knight is not a secure piece. It's one thing to be on a great square, it's another thing to be able to stay there. This knight is not very secure, and at some point, white has to make progress, and white can't figure out some configuration to put the knight somewhere that makes sense. The knight would rather maybe be on d5 than on the c4 square, but there's nowhere to get there without being chopped off. So this position is fairly balanced, in fact, even though the bishop doesn't have much to do. It's just a solid position. All of a sudden, Anand decided to play this move, bishop to g1, attacking that knight directly with the bishop here hanging on this square. Now, he must have some point here of defense because Wesley said, I'm going in, check, king down, and knight takes pawn, and suddenly he's attacking this rook. If you take his, he takes yours. Your bishop is still hanging on the square, and suddenly white is ahead by a pawn. He had to capture here, and rook takes, and now the move rook to c7. Now, this rook is trapped in the position for the moment. It is indeed trapped in the position, although you can't quite get at it. But now the king's just going to come up, it looks like, and then advance the pawn down the board, which you will have to take, and this pawn will hang. What has Anand calculated? Maybe he realizes that somehow his king and rook are going to fight this position. Very concrete play by the world champion to defend this position that looked like he was defending anyway. We'll see what he has in mind, because if he loses this game, Wesley extends his lead, or at least keeps it over the world champion, who's going to win his game, who is definitely chasing him down. A very important development here, right in this round.
I'm not going to say what has Vichy calculated, but what has Vichy blundered.
I think it's
I think bishop g1, rook d6. He was calculating knight takes a5, going into a rook and pawn ending. But rook d6 just is capitalizes on the blunder.
Exactly.
Bishop G1 is a blunder.
This is really not what you want to do, because that endgame is...
it's all about
for
white.
It's all for...
And Christian,
White definitely has the upper hand, but the game is not over, because Vishwanathan Anand has this idea of playing King D8 next move. So, for example, if you play King E2, I'm going to play King D8, and now my threat is very clear. I'm going to play Rook D7 and King to C7, attacking your rook. Your rook is completely trapped. So you have to play a move such as Rook D6, King to E7, Rook to D3 or D5, let's say D3. But right now, my rook, Black's rook, is getting active, and after Rook C4, I think he has more than enough compensation for the pawn. With that being said, after the move King D8, White still has a slight edge after Rook to D6, King to E7, and Rook to D5. But this is far from over. Vishwanathan Anand seems to be saving this position.
Saving is strong.
And,
hanging on.
Is C4 any possibility?
Yes, definitely. King D3 and C4.
Well, no, just instead of King E2 or...
Well, King E2 was fine, and what you're saying is C4,
Yes.
Rook takes C4, Rook takes B7, Rook takes A4, Rook takes
Right.
F1. That looks really good. I just wanted to turn to the game of Magnus for a second, and let's go with Maurice. Back to Maurice and Leuven.
One of the deep principles in chess is when your opponent makes a move, to always look to see what the minus is, what the drawback is to that move, no matter how good the move might look, no matter how many pluses it has. Many people look at a move for the purpose behind the move, but the strongest players always understand that there's a weakness in every single move you make, every single move. In this position, the move Rook to D1, we're talking about waiting well, waiting well. How do you maintain the tension? Well, here Kramnik played the move Rook to D1, again, looking to maintain the tension and also build pressure on the D line. No specific threats necessarily, but just keeping the position very strong, centralized. At least that's how it looks. But then when you look at the move Rook D1, one mistake, or I should say one drawback to the move, is that the knight on C2 is no longer protected. It took Levon nothing at all to recognize, wait a minute, your knight's suddenly hanging. How can I take advantage of it? Well, I notice this attack on the knight through this pawn. Well, this pawn, that means it's no longer truly guarding the D5 square, and a scintillating move. Knight to D5, this knight that had no prospects whatsoever a move ago, suddenly is centralized on the D5 square, attacking the rook and threatening knight F4 all of a sudden. A monstrous move, if you've seen any in this position, given that the rook can't go anywhere at all without being attacked by that knight. He threw in the move knight to H4, and Levon just calmly dropped back and again questioned the position of this rook, as it is also defending this pawn from the rook and the queen's action on the E4 square. He was forced to capture the knight, and this allowed queen takes C2, a dramatic change in the position. He's now moved his rook back over to C1, but clearly the drawback to knight to rook D1 was felt, and now black is in the driver's seat in this game.
Maurice, just playing the devil's advocate, there is no drawback to the move checkmate. Checkmate ends the game. But I wanted to say that in the game of Magnus Carlsen and Jovova, one of the greats, all-time greats, world champion Vasily Smyslov, he had this inner harmony. All of his games featured this very balanced understanding of where to put the pieces. If you just look at this, it's a lashing kind of move. This bishop on D7 to A4. Just look how Magnus's pieces beautifully centralized, and the game just plays itself. I mean, he makes it look so simple. It's not. He's now enjoying, after this move, Queen D8, a material advantage as well.
Anything, right?
Bishop takes C6, rook E8, Shak is on tap, take on G6. It's all going well. F6, rook E7. Christian, your eyes were drawn to the very same game because it's just beautiful.
The game is just all over. The world champion did play after Queen D8, F takes G6, H takes G6, and he didn't even care about taking a queen with rook e8 after bishop c6, I'm like rook c8 and then rook e8. He doesn't want that. Instead of that, he played a move rook to e6, attacking the pawn on g6, concentrating his forces around the black king, which is pretty much hopeless after a move such as queen e5, centralizing the queen. The knight on c3 is under attack, and then I'm just going to use my rook to go to e7 and create the checkmate patterns. This is game over. I expect Jobava to resign at any moment.
Absolutely, a beautiful control game.
What
I mean,
very, very sad blunder by
very
Jobava
sad.
just to allow e5. But then it goes to show it's danger. There's danger, you know. You've got to be careful. You can't just let your concentration slip and play
Not for
some.
a second. Turning to the game between Ian, one of our tournament leaders, and Vasil. Vasil kept the pawn. His king became secure, and now from that very, very early mad dash up the board, the h3 pawn, Vasil's trying to round that pawn up. We're picking up the action at these parts. By the way, notice that Vasil is down to 2 minutes.
Right.
That's the compensation in the position
But also
for the two-pawn deficit. And we have this current position. The queen is lurking, right? The queen is just trying
This is
to...
what I was going to say. While there's
Yes.
still danger to the king, he
Exactly.
has compensation here. White has to be careful.
It's the time, and for the moment, this rook has yet to essay a role for itself.
Right. Well,
but
I
it's
have a
not
role.
over.
Rook c8, rook h8, and then...
Rook c8, rook h8, and there you go.
And there's some progress.
There's action to be had. Now, in this position, you may be thinking, okay, I'll go queen takes a5, you'll go queen takes e4. Be careful, queen a5, there's also queen takes h2 check.
Right.
Don't forget about that rook on g3 that needs supporters. The action's still going hot and heavy, and we have the current position to the right of mine.
Yes.
2 extra pawns for white. Well, I like white. You've
well,
got
obviously
queen
we
d2. Yeah, and
well, queen d2 is a
as
very
you
nice
can
move. Now he has control somehow.
As you can see by that little white bar on the left side of the border of the screen, it's just been spiking higher and higher. It basically is the chess engine saying it's Vasil has a winning or one position.
And
back over to you, Christian.
No, absolutely. This game is almost over. Unfortunately for Vasil, he's down to 2 minutes. So if we still have the queen on the board, if we still have the rook on the board, the action could get wild and unexpected. Let's say a move such as queen b6, the position is still very dominant for white. I can play the move queen to e3, queen to c3, just defend the pawn on b3, and at the right moment potentially play h4, h5, try to open up my own avenues on the king side. This technically should be a winning position. The only drawback is that he has 2 minutes on the clock and it goes down very, very quickly. So the game is not over. Nepomniachtchi is still playing quite confidently, though he knows practically he should be losing. Nevertheless, this game is not over yet.
Refresh the board because those players are really going fast, 15 seconds.
Yes, and he's also played this idea of h4, which I really liked when Christian suggested h4, h5, open up the black king so that when you do strike, well,
yes,
it's going to be...
I had a different game on my board. I was seeing the rook ending between Wesley So, Viswanathan, and Nam. We saw this blunder bishop g1. Did cost Vichy a pawn, but guess what? You don't become 5-time world champion by just losing bad positions. You grimly hold on, and he's getting himself into a rook ending, and there you saw
can see, Magnus with an easy win against Jobava.
with another horrendous day.
Six losses.
6 losses after so many games, and Magnus cruise control, but this is really, really bad.
Yeah.
Christian, I'm going to go back to you because The action's going hot and heavy in the game of Vasil and Ian. What you got?
Absolutely. In this position, white should have centralized the queen with queen d5, and now the game is simply over because rook takes g6 is a very potent threat, infiltrating with all my pieces next to your king, and you do not have a perpetual with queen e2 because I just simply go king a3. Now my king is very, very safe, and again, rook d8, rook takes g6, queen takes b7, all of them are deadly threats, and this would have been game over. Instead of that, I think Vasily played the move rook to d8, king to h7, and now the move queen to e3. He still has full control over the position, but the pieces are still on the board. Nothing has been eliminated. Black still has a leaking counterplay, and we're going to see whether Vasily is going to maintain his composure and be able to convert this and take the full point home.
Thank you very much. A game that we've kind of let slip because so much action. Back to Maurice. In Leuven.
And it looks like the word drawback is showing up quite a bit in our commentary right now. Yasser, I actually disagree with you, but that's a philosophical argument about whether or not checkmate has no drawback. Of course the move has some kind of drawback. It didn't defend certain squares that it used to. It's just that its advantages are so friggin' good that the drawbacks don't matter at all because it does end the game after all. This one, though, is far from over, but it's looking very good for Leuven. After rook to c1, he said, what's this? Pawn, I'll take it. dc5, and now he had to make an important decision here as his pawn on c5 will, if he takes with the pawn, which he actually did, he has to give this passed pawn. So what does he get? He gets the majority, 3 against 1 on this side, but the drawback, he gives this pawn a chance to go down the board. However, a bishop is a fantastic blockader if you can't get rid of it, because not only can it defend from this square, it can attack at a long distance as well. The more the pawn goes down the board, in fact, the more the bishop is better blockader than a knight, which would just be a horrible piece, but a bishop can do great work from a distance. So knight f5, attacking, showing that if the bishop leaves, the drawback is the rook hanging. No problem, we'll just trade. And after knight takes, now the move b5 happened. Yes, b5 indeed happened, and now it's a 3 against 1. Queen to d1 was played, and now a5, and this is just very powerful. This pawn is going nowhere fast, as his bishop is a sturdy blockader, and these pawns are coming down the board. White's going to have to figure some kind of magic out to save this game, as it looks like black is in a totally dominant position.
Thank you, Maurice. Over to you, Cristian, as the game between Ian and Vasil is truly dramatic.
I'm not really sure what's happening. Perhaps I lost transmission on my board, but after the move queen c1, Vasily was going down to his last second and nothing was happening on my board. Apparently he did play this move h5. But right now, after rook d7, black is going to start creating his own threats. And let's see what's happening.
Okay, just a second. I've got the wrong position.
Rook to d7 was played, rook to e2. White is definitely still in control, but a move such as maybe even queen takes c3, rook takes queen takes c3, I'm going to take on g6 first, I think.
Okay, I'm up to date with the latest. After move rook d7, which was played, by the way,
yes.
H takes g6 with a check.
And he can't capture back.
He can't recapture because there's a sneaky discovered rook h2 check.
Yeah.
King over, rook over, queen d1, and I'm up to date, Cristian.
Yes, absolutely. This is the position, and after a move such as queen f2, preparing my own attack with queen f6, this should be game over. My rook is a very, very powerful defender of the king. Black simply doesn't have enough counterplay, and my extra material coupled with the ideas of queen f6, rook on the h file, and checkmates coming, this should be game over. But once again, he only has 40 seconds on the clock. He still has to convert this and keep his nerves in place.
Absolutely. Yes. Executing
a
winning game when you only have seconds.
Yes, he's just played queen f2.
He has.
He has played queen f2, and therefore I think it's...
He didn't play queen f2.
Oh, he hasn't?
I played queen
f2.
Queen f2. I like the move queen f2 because it's just so very suggestive.
All right.
This is the actual position. We're expecting this very nice queen f2.
Pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn.
So,
and there you go. The players are blitzing out the moves. Pawn takes rook d3. f8 equals queen check.
Hang on.
What is going on? King takes, f8.
Queen.
And now keep in mind, black has his own play against the b3 pawn.
Right.
Your queen is under attack, so you've got to drop back with
F2,
check, king g8, and I think we've got to cover this. But wait a minute, this is still
quite comfortable, right?
Yeah,
It's
and
all
you
under
got
control.
G6.
I got queen f6.
Yeah.
I've got g6. No, yeah.
Vasily's conversion may not be the most smooth, but it's definitely good enough. What say you, Cristian?
No, it's definitely good enough, and it seems like he's keeping his nerves in place. He is getting down to his last seconds, but that is okay for the moment. And he does have rook b2. He does have rook c2 as well, supporting the c pawn and defending the b3 pawn. And
So,
we have big
breaking news.
Wesley So won his game against Viswanathan Anand. He managed to convert that 5 versus 4 rooks endgame. Very, very big development.
That is a big shock because Wesley was being reeled in there, it seemed.
Yes.
I didn't expect this result at all because I thought it was a draw.
Well, I did actually expect that because...
You did?
I did, because I tell you why.
Okay, Genevieve.
It's to do with normally when you have these 5 versus... Oh, hi.
This is the final position. But
if we go
going back to
a
just...
long time ago, yes.
You had the 5 versus 4. Sorry,
Yeah, the 5 versus 4. It was just... White's got the opportunity to advance h4, h5. And when you have those 4 versus 3 on the king side, the ideal formation is to go yourself g5 because you need to swap off pawns.
Yes.
And with
h5...
Yeah, with h4 and h5...
You don't have that opportunity for the defender.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And,
but still, having said all of that, this move f7, f5 was terribly mistimed. What the heck is f5? F5 by... I'm sure this was a miscalculation by Vichy because he just threw... He's just missed f6.
F6.
And suddenly, if you play G takes f6, the white king is just high stepping into the position.
And if I go king takes?
And if you go king takes, you lose b6 with a check.
Yeah.
And that was why after this position, you can't play rook takes a4, rook check, and suddenly it's 3 versus 1 on the king side because I'm picking up this pawn with a g6. Back to the game between Vasile and Ian. And Vasile, who is in a bit of a spiral, a downward spiral, is up against one of the tournament leaders. Over to you, Cristian. What do you got?
No, this is just game over. The rooks have been exchanged. The white king is out of trouble. And now I just have 1, 2, 3 pawns up. That's simply going to be unsalvageable for black.
And after this very powerful move, it went queen c5,
queen d3,
queen to d3, threatening queen. That's the live board on our screen. And you can see that queen c4 check or queen d5, so you're expecting king g7. And I think after queen c4...
I'm going to put my queen on c4, and whenever you go queen f2, king a3, queen e1, king b2, and slowly I'm going to bring my king towards the center. Displace your queen, and c7, c8 is just coming.
Absolutely right. King g7, so queen c4, queen f2 check, king a3. If you try to give me a perpetual from behind, queen c3 nicely covers, guards all of the checking squares and supports the...
And earlier I was thinking before king g7, I didn't think there was a perpetual because the king can warm itself.
Run around. But I like this. Vasile about to receive a handshake as Ian, there we have it, on cue.
Well done, Yasser.
Thank you very much. And whoa, another decisive games. I'm still reeling that Wesley So, who had everything go wrong for him in Paris,
suddenly everything go right because today's game against Vichy was he was not winning.
Precisely.
I mean, the opening until Vichy went bishop g1.
Right.
The flow was in the favour of Vichy, and also again he was the recipient of Magnus overpressing, and I think on another round as well. There was another person pressing against him.
He's receiving all the gifts very happily, collecting the points. Christian, we have one game still in progress. Christian, bring us up to date on the game that Maurice said was in Levon's favor when we left.
Let's see the final position. Yes, this is the position. Black's pawns are very, very dangerous, while white's pawn on the d-file is not as dangerous at all. So I'm going to be able to quickly control the knight on e5 with a move such as bishop e8. Right now, it is controlled because of the pin on the h8, a1 diagonal. And at the right moment, I'm just going to simply use disconnected passers. And this just seems like a game over for white. So Aronian Levon is bouncing back with a very important win against another former world champion.
And is
what's the clock time?
Yes, exactly. The clock times are very sharp. The 5 seconds for Vladimir, 14, pardon me.
14 seconds,
I remember the 10-second delay. Right. And I'm just trying to ferret out the board.
This is the position on the board. And
okay.
This wouldn't be good.
Board there. Oh, that's the wrong. I'm trying to pull up the game.
No, that's no problem.
I know. Well, I can't find it. It's at the very, of course, always at the very bottom.
Let's go over to Leuven with Maurice.
They're blitzing out this game right now. It's just been crazy, the moves. And in fact, there was a blunder in the middle of it that just flashed on the screen that it could have happened. But right now, it doesn't even matter because it's seconds left on the clock for both players after this move, bishop to b5, and now d6. And it's rare you see in this position. Let me just update my board. It's rare you see in a game where both sides have connected passed pawns reaching the 7th rank, and white is queening, in fact, in this game. White just queen, and after, well, my board just froze. It's going too fast. So let's just go on the actual live action, and it looks as though the game has ended should be in Levon's favor, as he was able.
Barely making the time control. You saw that.
How many seconds does he have? I mean, it's
he's traded queens. Levon.
And there you go.
And there you have it.
You have a victory for Levon.
Woo.
That happened suddenly. We were talking about how Levon has sudden control, and suddenly we get.
I'm not used to seeing Vladimir, going down to his final seconds and making, an urgently needed move. I just felt, his tension. My heart was pounding with Vladimir. Yes. But I tell you. With Levon, you don't beat Vladimir Kramnik with the black pieces unless you played a very, very good game. Right. What happened in the final stages, Christian? That was just too exciting.
Well, absolutely madness on the board, but we see black's pieces are simply better than white's pieces. The queen on f3 with the important support of the pawn on g3 always threatens this move. Queen to f2, exchange of the queens, and at the right moment play b2 and support the queen on c1 or on b1. The bishop on b5 is controlling this diagonal very well, is controlling the white pawns, and after e8, which was forced, bishop takes e8, rook takes e8, king to h7, the king is very, very safe. I'm threatening to play c1. You have to draw back with the rook, but unfortunately after b2, you can simply not take on b2 because of queen f2, king h1, queen h2, checkmate, and queen d2 was played with 1 second on the clock, but after the forced queen exchange, queen f2, queen takes f2, g takes f2, king takes f2, now your pawn is unfortunately on d6 and not on d7, which would have been a draw. And after c1, the game is just simply over. You're going to take, I'm going to take, I'm going to get another queen on the board, and after d7, I'm simply going to cash that pawn. Decisive advantage, game is over. Black won a very, very nice and sharp game.
It's been sharp everywhere.
It was incredibly sharp. It suddenly just turned around so very quickly with the pawn being on g3.
Jovi,
yeah.
How many decisive games did we see once again in this round? I'm just amazed by the number.
At least 3.
At least 3.
22 out of 30 games have been decisive. So
Wow.
that's a staggering statistic, actually.
It
You
really-
would really expect draws to be aplenty.
But that
Not
has
true.
not been the case. All of the players in this Grand Chess Tour have really brought their A games, and they are swinging for the fences. And it's very hard to predict what's going to happen. But let's take a look after the sixth and final game
Right.
of day 2. Where are our standings? We're going to get that.
Well, we're going to get that soon, but yeah, Wesley for sure.
Wesley
Wanna come
for
back.
sure.
But before we look at the standings, let's go over to Maurice in Leuven.
We're with world rapid champion Vasily Ivanchuk, who has just won his game. Vasily, Nepomniachtchi was playing very well, and in this opening, he played this move, H4, H3, H5, H4, H3. What were you thinking when he played these moves?
Okay, what I am thinking, he played H5. Okay, for modern chess, it's not so original. Okay, it's if I play G3, so H5, it's possible even in the opening. If black played G6, H4 is possible to consider. So it's nothing special, but okay, I started to think that okay, I have H4 to block the pawn, or H3 with idea of H4, G4, but it seems me like normal move. So, but I wanted to create something original. So I started to calculate knight C3, H4, G4, H3, knight take H3, queen H4, and double attack. So I understood that this is double attack, this is unpleasant, but then I played D3. My idea was that after H4, G4, H3, I have knight H3, queen H4, knight G5, and everything is protected. I didn't see that he can just take my pawn on G4. So my illusion was that with move knight G5, I'm defending my pawn on G4. So from backside like rook, knight defended pawn, or something like this. So he played H3. And I started to think.
Well, clearly a very sharp move that you have to think about.
So,
we obviously have to think about it as well.
I start to remember I played once a game on ICC against Morozevich. Okay, I remember it was opening something like E4, E5, maybe D3, or E4, E6, maybe D3 or D4, I don't remember. D5, knight D2, but next move I remember very well. So he played A5. I'm playing some moves. A4. He plays A3. B3. Bishop B4, and next move Bishop C3, knight C6, knight B4, and I was completely loose after such moves. So he played this in ICC, and after knight came to B4, I understand that the game is finished. So I remember this and understand that, okay, maybe game is not finished, but I am...
Well, guys, you see the complications that a grandmaster thinks about during a game. Vasily, thank you very much, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you,
His
Vasily.
joy is infectious.
Passionate
You know,
about.
it's-
I just have to say that what Vasily was discussing was actually quite funny, and he was saying that he had played a game in his memory against Morozevich from the ICC. I have the game on my screen that he was talking about, and just out of the blue, Morozevich played A5. Vasily played knight f3, and it was just this march of the A pawn that came up the board, and black won very easily. So this thought, this tangent was going through his mind when he saw that his opponent Ewan was playing H5, H4, H3, and he's thinking to himself, oh my God, I'm going to lose just as I played against Morozevich. So weird things go through your mind.
Yeah, very unconventional, right?
Exactly. But the passion of
Yes. And this is what you
Vasily
need.
is there.
I
You
mean,
see that. I mean, he
yes.
just he exudes chess. He loves chess.
So we'll go back to Levon, Maurice with Levon in 11.
Levon with a wild game, to say the least, against Vladimir Kramnik. What was going on in this game? Your heart must have been beating through your chest.
Yeah, we both were blundering continuously, and I think he was the last one to blunder. So I won't say this is this is an achievement. This is an achievement for both of us. I mean, how bad can somebody play? In a time scramble, it was terrible.
With the new time control in the United States, we're very used to this time control, 10-second increment, this 10-second delay. Excuse me. Well, you have 10 seconds on the clock, so you can stop, and you don't have to blitz out your moves because your time is still there. But you're not as used to it playing in Europe. How did that affect the way the game transpired?
I think it does affect the tournament in general because we never played with it, so it's kind of weird. Because you have those instincts that you develop through the years. That okay, I'll play 2-3 moves in a row, and then I'll think. But it actually makes zero sense here, So
you're not accumulating any time with increment instead. So you have to actually learn to pause as opposed to play fast.
Yeah, but we're big boys. We'll slowly adjust to it. You can make chess players play any kind of game. I think as long as the pieces play, the pieces move the same way, I think we'll manage.
You've had an up and down tournament. Yesterday was not great for you. Today also up and down.
Very shaky.
But you got the win in the end. Feeling a bit more solid, or still feeling like you still need to get into the tournament?
Yeah, I think I still need to get in the tournament. I'm recovering from a flu, so I'm still not 100%. But when you get lucky, this is the best motivation. So
we'll take that quote, and with that, we wish you luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Levon, and thank you, Maurice. I hadn't realized until you saw that graphic. It's been it's been loss, win, loss, win, loss, win.
Right.
And he's at 50%, at 6 out of 12. But what a up and down he's Levon's been having. Nothing solid about his play thus far.
No.
And let's take a look at the standings.
Let's have a look at the standings, yes. So in the lead is our tour champion, Wesley So, with 10 points out of 12.
A 2-point lead.
2-point leads, yeah. Sorry.
Not at all.
And then tied for second, we have MVL and world champion Magnus Carlsen creeping up with 8 points out of 10. So
yeah, well, we're seeing the two finalists, or the tiebreak finalists from Paris, showing that they are still in a winning mood.
And coincidentally, those three, the top three, are all from Paris.
Yeah, so they came with their experience, and it's paying off for them. And again, the point to mention, Jovova just in horrible, horrible, horrible form. And let's go to Maurice with our 2016 Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So, and tournament leader.
All right.
Well, Wesley So showing why he's one of the best players in the world and why he's also the 2016 Grand Chess Tour champion. Wesley, this game seemed very close at one point. And then he played the surprising move, bishop to g1.
Bishop g1.
I'd like to get back to that moment in the game.
31st.
This move right here, bishop g1. Were you shocked when you saw this move appear on the board? Because you suddenly pounced with rook d6.
Well, not completely shocked. I saw the idea a few moves back. Actually, he has many desperado bishop moves. He can play bishop b4 or bishop d4. They're both completely possible. But I think, and also he thinks now that it's best for black to just wait and play f6, and most likely the game's gonna end in a draw because I don't really have a way to enter the position. But then he thought bishop g1 was simplest, and then he missed some things. I think the important part too is on move 33, after knight b6, after if black plays rook c7, I have the really powerful move rook takes h6. Just snatching a pawn before taking his rook with knight b5.
After takes, this check, over and takes, and his bishop is still hanging on the square.
Yeah, and I'm 2 pawns up. So, say Bishop G1 doesn't really.
So Bishop G1 was really the turning point of the game.
Yeah, it was unnecessary, but fortunately it all worked. But it's very close because if I don't have the 33rd move, knight b6, the game would end in a draw quite quickly.
We saw 3 players come from Paris.
Yeah.
You weren't necessarily doing well in Paris, but it seems like you've warmed up. And has Magnus playing well, MVL playing well? Is it a question of form over freshness?
Well, I think great form is the most important thing in Rapid and Blitz. Somehow I couldn't get things to start working in Paris, but it's time to move on. And this completely new tournament. I think we forgot already about the Paris tournament, and I've learned some lessons from my losses there, which were a lot. So I'm trying to put them into effect here.
Tell us a lesson as a tournament leader at this stage in the competition. What are your thoughts in order to be more successful going forward?
Well, the usual stuff, I guess, for any athlete is persistence, hard work, and also never giving up. The usual stuff. But for here, it's very specific because we don't usually play rapid and blitz chess. So having the practice and also a little bit of different strategy here in the faster time control is very necessary. But again, I think it's all about form, because like last year, Hikaru won the Paris leg, but then I think he finished 7th in Belgium. Well, also Maxime got 3rd in Paris last year. Well, I think he finished much lower in Belgium. So I think it's all about form and getting that great form is the real mystery here. Like, how do you arrive in really great form in a chess tournament? I think no one really knows that. I mean, Le Bon is still celebrating from his enormous win in Norway, for example, but it's not for certain that he has as great of a form. I mean, that form's really hard to get.
Well, there's no mystery here. You're in first place, and we wish you the best in trying to maintain that lead.
Thank you.
Guys, Wesley So, Grand Chess Tour champion, and he's making a bid in this tournament now in clear first going into tomorrow's day.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Jovi, we've got predictions. Just to take a look at our predictions. Who's going to win this thing? I made out my prediction
We made
before.
predictions. I thought you.
I remember I said Magnus Levon, and I went with a dark horse, Vasily Ivanchuk. Do you recall your predictions,
Yes,
Jovi?
yes,
Who did
yes,
you
yes.
have?
I had Magnus, I had Maxime, I learned my lesson, and I went for Levon. I was seduced by Stavanger and Grenka.
Great picks.
And I think my predictions were Magnus Carlsen, first place, Vladimir Kramnik, who at the moment is not doing very well, unfortunately for me, and Levon Aronian, who's picking up his pace. But still, Magnus Carlsen looks my most solid predictions so far.
Well, nobody thought of Wesley. Maurice, what was your prediction, as you recall?
I'm pretty sure that nobody asked me my opinion, in fact, because I didn't make a prediction on camera for this tournament as yet. And I could cheat right now and tell you the 3 guys I like, which would be the 3 guys from Paris, but it wouldn't be fair. I would have definitely picked Magnus and Maxime. That 3rd one, I don't know, but I think I'll guess Wesley So. In that, I think it will be a little bit of a cheat. Nevertheless, we have a great tournament right now with some top dogs showing their stuff, Nigel.
Absolutely. Wesley's looking the most consistent player here. He's not making bad blunders, and actually this is really important to play consistently well. Magnus Carlsen will rue his play against Wesley yesterday, where in a position where he normally should not lose at all, he pushed and lost his objectivity, and that's going to cost him big time, I think, in this event.
It's the only difference between the two of them.
That's right. Correct.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. We definitely have an exciting tournament afoot with spectacular players at the top and other players who are looking to rise in the standings. We'll bring you all the action here from Leuven going into day 3. It's been a lot of fun, and it absolutely will be tomorrow.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Cristian, some final thoughts.
Well, what an exciting day, guys. We saw Magnus Carlsen picking up his place with 2 wins in the last 2 rounds. A brilliant game against Vladimir Kramnik and another brilliancy against Jobava Badur, who is definitely struggling in this tournament. Wesley So, as Nigel mentioned, he's very consistent, and this is one of his trademarks. Once he starts being consistent, it's very, very difficult to take him out of his place. And we have a man who is driven by creativity rather than result in Vasily Ivanchuk, and he can produce a lot of brilliancies. We're going to wait and see. Tomorrow is going to be another explosive day in the Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you, Cristian.
Yes, I agree. You know, it's been absolutely exhilarating today. And Wesley, the star is in the ascent.
Well, when everybody's giving you these points, Bishop G1, that was a big one. And as mentioned, the over-pressing, the over-optimism by Magnus that caused him to lose a
Still one
position.
victory in it, though. There's only one victory because, as we remember,
It's tight.
Yes, it's a victory accounts for 2 points. So it's just
Right.
one game.
So, I'm telling you, I think the result has been clear, but the arbiters are still debating. But Cristian, we know.
Let's put one X
between us.
on one of my eye, one X on one of your eyes. Yeah. How about that?
It was a well-fought draw. I didn't want to exploit my time advantage, but look at the clock. This is what the arbiters are focused on.
If you see, the clock is still running.
That's because we didn't stop the clock after we shook the hands.
Yes, exactly.
No. Once you shake hands, it's a draw.
That's true. So, so we'll see you tomorrow at the same time of 6:50 a.m. in US and 2 p.m. Europe time.
All right.
See you then.
Good night, everyone.